This will be quite interesting. Two heroes that you don't really see very often, especially with. I mean, dashes seem to be really good, but we don't really see a Riptide very often.
Dash is the best. I'm a Dash player for sure, so I'm really excited for this one. I know definitely got some new tools in the new set. And Riptide, David Mink, the only man to give that hero some living legend points. So we're in for a good one for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of traps. Normally Riptide's more of a defensive, where
Right.
Dash can be, Dash has the aggressive play or can go into a controlling route. So definitely going to be interesting to see what route Gabriel's going to be taking on that, and it should be a good one.
Yeah, and it's gonna be kind of a. I see that the Riptide list we have. Usually, you either see like super trap heavy, like just traps,
Yep.
or you see some small traps, and then pretty much just your basic like Azalea build. So this kind of what I'm seeing. I'm seeing less traps, more attacks.
I've definitely lost in a blitz game to Riptide where they only played traps.
Yeah, it
was,
feels bad.
It was bad against Dash Blitz. It was doomed from the start. But looks like our players are getting ready to go, so we're gonna move you on over to our table side, and we're gonna be getting started shortly.
They're just deciding what they're gonna play right now. For our equipment.
Yeah, it looks like Dash is going to be going with the Teklo Pounder to start. Make sure we get a couple steam counters on that to start, as well as with the Goliath Gauntlet. So definitely going to be looking to be going on the aggressive path, for sure. It's probably going to be trying to overwhelm the Riptide player and try not to let those traps get too much value. But
Yeah, I'm just looking on the Riptide side. It'll be interesting to see what is.
oh, we got a little bit of double checking on the table side. Just need to verify equipment for the
So
Riptide.
say because, I mean, we see one card on Riptide's side, which usually when you're playing Riptide, if you're not running your bow and quiver, you're going to be running Talishar. But I did not see Talishar on our deck list.
No, yeah,
So
I would likely be expecting. Well, we did have it. I'm pretty sure. I'm trying
it
to
was
think
a
of the list.
dread boar, and I believe there was the quiver on there, but I didn't see.
Yeah.
If you're running the bow, there's no reason not to run the quiver. So we'll see what's.
So what do we think in this matchup? Like we talked about it. Dash looks like it's going to be going aggressive. Riptide's most likely going to be some number of traps. What are we expecting to see here? What do you any predictions for this matchup?
I mean, I would love to see a Riptide take it, just because I feel like I don't get to see Riptide very often, and to see a hero that just does not see play, I would love to see it. Like things that aren't in the meta, it's just much more fun to watch.
For sure, for sure.
Than our Dromai Lexi play all day yesterday.
Yeah, well, to be fair, that both players, both of these heroes, these are the one-ofs in our tournament of 23 today. So trying to, if you will, show up for these heroes, both these players.
Exactly. I mean, while we're waiting, we could go through the breakdown of how many heroes we have. We have 5 Dromais, 4 Lexis, 3 Icelanders, 2 Boltons. That's not a hero you see one of usually, let alone 2.
Well, I was talking with one of the Boltons players, and they were telling me that they feel very strong into the Dromai Lexi matchup, which
Okay.
is why I think that these players have chosen to take Bolton. I'm not very experienced with the Bolton myself, but that's what I've been told.
Right.
So it should be interesting to see. And then after that, we got a ton of different singles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 heroes of singletons.
Yeah, we've got Azalea, Bravo, Dash, Phi, Katsu, Reinar, Riptide, Teklo, Vasan, and Viserai. So these are some new champions from Teklo Vasan, but I have to sneeze.
Well, it actually looks like we're gonna, while we're dealing with some things on table 1, we're gonna be swapping over to our backup matchup. That is gonna be. Looks like we have Nia,
Yeah.
our returning champion from yesterday,
Lexi.
and Joe with Icelander. Now we've seen this matchup before. Oh, actually, no. I think we saw Icelander and Dromai. So, Lexi, Icelander, what can we expect here?
It's just going to be for Icelander trying to tax all of Lexi's turns, make it so that so that Lexi can't produce a lot of damage, tax everything so that Voltaire activation costs more to do. The game has just started, so
Yeah, it looks like
a Heat Seeker on Joe's turn. Lexi's putting a Heat Seeker into Arsenal.
Yeah, it looks like Joe's already got some board presence established. Looks like he's got an Insidious Chill out, probably looking to really go with his game plan of wanting to be able to disrupt the Lexi and not being able to have as much resources and cards that they would like to make those powerful plays that we've seen Nia really leverage in the matchups and take their lead. So,
see a Heat Seeker coming in for. Or not a Heat Seeker.
Is that a searing shot?
It's a searing shot coming in for 4.
Okay.
They look the same.
Yes.
Looks like Joe's just trying to decide how we block here. Do we let it through? Just kind of take it. You are at a lesser life total. We do see a Findle's Fighting Spirit in Joe's hand, possibly just hoping to come back and smack for a lot of damage.
Yep.
We're just going to see what the life totals are right now. Talishar? Yeah. Oh, okay.
One moment.
He had that matched his deck, but he forgot he didn't register a quiver. So since it was right before the start of round 1, we were allowed to change it without giving.
The question was the quiver. We did not see a quiver on his side.
He realized it, and since it was at the start of round 1, we were able to swap out the deck list and update it accordingly.
Tournament officially not started yet. He never presented, so that was why we were able to.
Technically did present, but since it was caught at the start of round 1, I'm gonna downgrade it to just a warning for him.
All right, fantastic. So.
Halfway through the tournament, it'd be
You're right.
All right, so even though Nia's got a
big board presence coming on, we're gonna go over to the Dash Riptide, just because we saw Nia take it yesterday. Kind of want to see something a little different.
So it looks like we are going to be starting off with David Mink on our Riptide, starting to.
Wow, some laces. These are on hits that you don't want to have, and 11 damage coming through with a Sleep Dart, which Sleep Dart doesn't do much against Dash, right? Because Dash doesn't really
Dash
have
says,
any overall
yeah, that's
abilities.
fine. I don't mind about that. I'll lose my text all day. I still got my Techo Pounder ready to go.
But you don't want that Frailty. You don't want that Blood Rot.
Frailty definitely is going to be more effective when you're on the pistol package. Definitely looks like that's not the route that. We didn't start with a induction chamber or anything like that.
Yeah, we see a full block here, and just Arsenal and Pass. You took 3 cards out of Gabe's hand, so this is something that could be really good. We see a Spark of Genius just drawn and pass.
Well, it's interesting to see.
Wait,
We're going to verify if that was a turn 1.
That was a turn 1. Yeah, that's
so
why.
turn
Okay.
1, Gabriel just wanted to make sure that they were going to get out from any of those on hits, important ones, the Frailty or the Blood Rot, and so just a free blocks there.
Right.
David was close to getting over that threshold, but not enough. Full block. It was smart on David's play to try to attempt for it, because if Dash just happened to have any items in hand, you get that free damage in. So it was definitely worth the opportunity, but we're going to see a Throttle coming in, boost, loses a Spark of Genius, but still we're going to get that go again coming in for 6 because of the proc on the Techo Pounder. We got to drop one of those Steam counters down. So normally blue Throttle is a 4, we're getting that +2 and a go again. The follow-up.
See an Inertia Trap in David's hand. Could be a first trap coming out on Riptide. There it is.
So we're going to have a trigger on the Riptide. Should be damage coming in.
Right.
Could be 1 damage, so Gabriel should be dropping a 39 here. And the Arsenal is filled already on the side of David, so we're not going to have a card be going in the Arsenal.
Right.
And we're going
to
hit that thing, hit the...
and a Frailty Trap on
condition.
top of it.
Yep. So it's going to be a full block on this Throttle. No damage going through. Just looking on the side of Gabriel, what the follow-up's going to be. So with one resource, there's a blue in hand. What I'm anticipating is we're going to pitch this blue 0 to 60 for 4 mana, just do a spark for 2, get an item. You've boosted on this turn, so you're going to be able to draw a card and arsenal. It's going to be a very good follow-up.
Well, you can't arsenal. We have an inertia on Dash's side.
You're right. So
which
that
is unfortunate. You're not going to be able to. That's the problem, is you can't arsenal that. Otherwise, it's just going to the bottom.
It will throw a little bit of a wrench in the plan. So
well,
there will be a draw and then just simply a pass and then draw back up. So the draw is going to be less effective here. It was a good trap on the side of David.
Pounder.
But just seeing here, Gabriel definitely wants to push
Aggro,
that aggressive. Wants to overwhelm to the point where traps aren't going to be as efficient. Right now, the next attack's going to be coming in with an extra 4. And if it's going to be a strong on hit like a combustible courier or something like that, popping the Goliath Gauntlet prior, we could have a very strong attack coming in the following turn. So David's going to definitely try to get some cards out of Gabriel's hand before that can happen. I'm going to check Gabriel's list. Is running 2 combustible couriers. We can see those coming in. Full maximum velocities. So normally when you're going aggressive like this, it should be interesting to see these max velocities if they're going to be able to get into the red zone. Let's see, we got payoff cards. Looks like we got a couple payloads.
So it's, Gabriel got the draw, decided, okay, I'm going to arsenal, and then put it on the bottom with the inertia just so I can get that card out of hand. Maybe not something that you want to see just yet.
Definitely. You essentially just cycling it. You know, it was a draw, didn't like it. Heads up play by Gabriel for sure.
We see, I think, Razor Reflex, a Searing Shot, and I can't see what else is in hand. But, we get a draw. We have an E-Strike in hand. Could potentially be coming in for 7 or throw the... So, I'm going to give... I don't know what the option is just yet. It's coming in for 5. So, 5 go again.
So, it looks like, to note, these are the only 2 Tackle Pounders Gabriel has.
So you're using these really early. You're not getting any extra damage on the back foot.
Trying to leverage that start and try to get damage in and try to keep tempo in the game and not really let David, hopefully just have awkward hands, awkward attack hands where, they're on the back foot with traps in hand and not being able to do that, powerful attacks coming in like we saw those 2 pumps on turn 1. Gabriel just trying to map out his following turn. So it looks like he's got a Pulse Wave Harpoon in hand, as well as looks like a Courier. That might be a blue Courier. Let me check here. No, he's not running any blue, so that must be a red. Must be a red Combustible Courier, which would be very strong if he's able to make that work. So this might just be taking it all.
And then coming in with a Searing Shot.
To, saying, okay, no strong on-hits coming in. I want a full grip to be able to come through with a strong Combustible Courier. Most likely going to be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Could be a 10 damage Combustible Courier with an on-hit that's going to pump the following attack, which could be a Pulse Wave Harpoon coming in, hopefully getting to pull out a trap or something out of David's hand. Try to disrupt somehow.
Now, however, though, on Riptide's side, if Riptide gets the legendary Riptide specialization that says your attacks can't get pluses, so or maybe they can't gain go again. If that happens, I feel like that is something in Dash, at least this early game with these pounders, that it could be kind of detrimental to stopping Gabriel's plan.
I'm not sure the other card in hand right now. It looks like another Zipper Hit. So Gabriel might be going on the route of just starting with the Zipper Hit. Zipper Hit is one of the premier cards in the Dash aggro. A 1/4, 5 with go again, and coming in for 9 with those 2 triggers of the pounders. Choosing to must not have any blues in hand to really be able to leverage a third combat chain attack with the Pulse Wave Harpoon, so it might not be as valuable. So it looks like he's just going to go ahead and send these 2 zipper hits in to get as much value as possible, not really being able to have enough resources to make use of this combustible courier on this turn.
Just choosing to take that 9. There's no on hits, right? So it's just taking the 9 and seeing if maybe on the second attack there's something pretty big. And we see a tar pit trap here.
Yes.
Triggering Riptide, putting something in arsenal and doing a damage.
Yeah, so this is the output that Gabriel was full well knowing had a plan on. Chose to take that 10 damage turn from David, being able to then put forward 14 attack on his own, and hoping to break serve and get a little bit ahead in the game. So currently life totals are at 28 to 27 currently, with that tar pit trap blocking that second zipper hit. So we're going to just looks like end of turn.
Mm-hmm. We see probably an arrow going into Riptide's arsenal with
off that trigger.
Off the trigger. We're seeing a remorse.
That's a pre. It's an.
They look the same.
Yeah. Well, at the same time, we've talked about it before. David likes his German cards, things like that. So that is a premeditate coming in, pumping up. This looks like it's an infecting shot for 7 with go again. I don't believe that's a bulletin shot.
I'm like, I can't read. They're not in English.
They're not in English. So I do believe that is an infecting shot coming in. So 7 is that threshold where we might be seeing a block coming in from the Teklo, and maybe a 2-card block if we care about this blood rot on hit.
Yeah, the blood rot and then the premeditate, right?
So tanking a little bit, trying to decide what the play is going to be on Gabriel's side. Trying to map out his turn. Now he only has one more turn with a 4 pump on having these 2 pounders. So he really needs to pick his his time. So if there's going to be a block on this turn, he might. Looks like a max velocity he's considering blocking with right now.
Yeah, there's a throttle. Looks like a 0 to 60 max velocity, and
I'm not sure that front card. Yeah, it's 0 to 60 max velocity.
Underloop, I think.
Underloop, okay, playing underloop. And yep, we are going to get that block, so we're preventing that blood rot on hit. So now with a turn like this, we might see a follow-up. Gabriel's plan could be simply just attacking with 1 card, pitching the other, and not even boosting, and trying to keep these 2 pounders still around, because they only trigger when you boost. Might be wanting to hold on to those until he has a nice on hit to really pressure and push an advantage over David. So we're going to see what the decision was. It is going to be coming in with a 0 to 60, and he will boost. So this is going to be a 4-8 power coming in from the 0 to 60. So
we see a high octane boosted, which it's not. I feel like it's not a card that you want to see boosted. It's something that you can get your high octane turn, produce a lot of damage, especially in an aggro matchup.
Yeah, high octane can definitely be a premier card for the dash. It allows you to, if you have an abundant amount of resources, say you have like a Teklo core out, you get to use those resources to be able to get a lot of pistol hits in. And at 2 damage for the pistol hits, it makes blocks very awkward.
See a tar pit or not a tar
nope,
pit,
inertia.
An inertia trap.
Yep.
Giving the inertia.
What, you couldn't read that?
No, I
know.
Knew it was
it's a different language. It's okay.
No, I knew it was inertia. I just, yeah. But we're getting that inertia again.
Yep.
That card that was going to go into Arsenal is just deciding to put it to the bottom with the inertia. Yeah,
Gabriel was hoping to be able to just have a 0 resource attack, be able to set up for the following turn, and David had the good trap for it, saying, nope, we're not going to let you try to get ahead and try to do a setup. We're going to keep trying to keep these card counts at parity. Only cost to him 1 card. We're going to see him follow up with another pump spell. Let me check. I know what that card is. I just got to see it. Scout the Periphery.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a pump for the next following turn, as well as gets to see what Gabriel might be having coming next.
Yeah, giving the next one, if it's a red, so it's going to give the next card from Arsenal +3.
And so we have a Falcon Wing. Okay, so we're going to be having Go Again, and it's going to, I love these metal tokens that show us our Go Again. Very, very nice too, friendly for us in the stream.
So true.
Yes, Mink bringing in the Riptide, you know, the legend, the only living legend points for sure. So we have a 6 power Go Again coming in, and I'm trying to see what David has for the follow-up. Is that a hamstring shot, possibly?
I believe it is a hamstring shot.
So looks like we're going to have a block with underloop. Should be taking 3. Use the resource from the Death Dealer going into the Arsenal.
Oh.
And then
the card draw to just pitch and play the hamstring.
And hamstring will be coming in. So, looks like on the side of Gabriel, I see a
spark. I thought I saw a spark, a throttle, and
yeah, it was the throttle, and it looked like another pulse wave. So we saw him pitch a pulse wave earlier in the matchup. Should be playing 3. Yep, definitely playing the 3 sets of pulse waves. And so now it's just deciding on how he wants to go about it. Looks like he's happy with these cards. We'll just take the damage. So life total staying pretty close. You know, 19-22. Both players, you know, getting these attacks in and doing some damage. So just deciding. So we have, is that a blue throttle? He could just take a turn off, go for an item. But he's just going to send in just a simple pulse wave harpoon. And he's going to lose the 3rd pulse wave. So there's only going to be 1 left in the deck. Going to have 1 resource floating, and it might just be
an Arsenal.
Well, no, I'm thinking what we're going to get is, if there's not a inertia trap, we've already seen 2 on the side of David, well, we would have a follow-up because we got the boost in. We're just going to be not worrying about that single resource, and we are going to be having a spark for 0. Go get a Teklo core, and then you get to draw an Arsenal. So what that's going to do is allow Gabriel to have a really strong 5-card turn plus 2 resources for the following turn, really set up to do some damage. So David just showed the E-Strike. He had to. Pulse Wave says that your opponent must reveal the number of cards, number of attacks that have boosted on this combat chain, and then you get to pick one that meets that defense. So only 1 boosted card. David just has to reveal 1. Doesn't meet the criteria of having 1 or less defense, so he can't force that to block. David can still block, but he's going to choose no blocks. He'll take the 6, drop down to 16, and then we're going to see this spark for 0.
And a possible on David's side, possible like Enlightened Strike and then Enlightened Strike.
Yep.
If there's nothing better to do, I mean, you've got both of them. You could just send
a 5 and a 7.
Yeah.
You know, definitely gonna want to threaten this life total.
Producing more damage than what Gabriel could produce this turn.
Well, he's really gonna want to pressure, and he's gonna want to try to get Gabriel to block here, because Gabriel's going to come through on the following turn with 5 cards, still has Goliath Gauntlet active, and is going to have some free resources. So I'm expecting some strong cards coming in. We might be able to see a max velocity turn, something. So
we don't. And on David's side, David wants to get Gabriel pretty low, even just like 5 or 6, so that each trap that is triggered is a damage that is just straight to the face. You can't really block that, so it's something that you have to kind of play around. You don't, as Gabriel, you don't want to be at a lower life total with Riptide's ability to just send 3 traps and you just can't do anything.
Did you happen to catch that Arsenal card? I did not. Okay, so I gotta say, you know, halfway through this first match, I'm loving this compared to yesterday. Our Dromai mirrors over and over again. This is a lot of fun.
Yeah.
So looks like we're gonna start with a Rabble coming in.
All right. So we've got 4 coming in. Just go again. No on hit. So this might be something that Gabriel just takes.
Are we gonna see Enlightened Strike following up, or you know, really pushing all that damage? So let's see here. We got a 0 to 60. I think I see a second 0 to 60 in the back of that hand. I can't see those middle cards. So definitely we got to get those counters on Teklo Core. Can't forget that. and really try to map out. So he's trying to
See,
maximize exactly
underloop,
what his turn's going to be.
2 to 60s, and
Okay.
a zipper. Is that what that one is?
So there's a zipper hit, 2 max velocity,
And an
or 0 to
underloop.
60. It's an underloop?
Yes.
Okay. So not really great power, looking for like a powerful turn, Gabriel set up. So there might be some blocking, but here is this predicted Enlightened Strike.
Bottoming the other Enlightened Strike, there's a tar pit trap in hand, probably just going to be arsenaled.
Yep. Choosing to
7.
just go for 7. And so at 15, we're going to be getting into a dangerous life total if we let this come through. 8 is not where you want to be, and we are going to see a block with this not as valuable blue 0 to 60 for what cards are in hand. 0 to 60 is a great tool if you have the resources to follow up with a max velocity. 0 to 60, great card to let you be able to achieve that, but I don't think that's what we have here. So
Gabriel taking 4 off of that, and we've seen Arsenal and pass. So it's 11 to 16. Gabriel's about to try and do something. Just took a lot of damage, so hopefully can threaten more.
So that is a red zipper hit, so that is ideal. It looks like
It's
there's
a
a throttle. It might be a 6th throttle. So he could go Goliath Gauntlet, send in a throttle for 8 with those resources. That is what we're going to have, most likely. So using those resources from the Technical Core gets to send that in, and then following up, probably going to be pitching maybe pitch the underloop, send in the zipper hit, followed up with a 0 to 60, and then using those resources to load the pistol, maybe come up with the pistol. That could be a good, strong series of attacks coming in from Gabriel to really pressure David after his strong attack with the Enlightened Strike. So here's the throttle coming for 8.
Trying to see what potential D-reacts are in David's hand. I'm trying to see if that is one of the new cards, the new Riptide card.
Oh, no, we're just going to have a tar pit trap from Arsenal. So
let's go again. So tar pit trap says that if it blocks a card with go again, the next card's effects don't happen.
So if Gabriel wants to keep this turn going, we still have access to the Achilles Accelerator because we have boosted this turn. So that is turned on. So but it looks like we still have our action point. We're still going to be able to keep coming in. He's going to attack with the underloop.
See a
boosted.
Technical Core boosted.
Coming in with 4, go again. So David is at 7 currently. Looks like he's just going to say okay to that 4, and a zipper hit coming in for 5 now. This is getting dangerous. This would put him to 2. And if we still have 1 resource, I'm not sure if that resource is active or not. We could see a load of the pistol coming for 2. That might not be, I think that might be used up. So, yep. Okay, so David in a very, very dangerous territory.
Do you see the premeditate though? And this is a chance where David is hoping to just send a lot of damage, take cards out of hand. I mean, David has to, otherwise he's in a very unfortunate position.
Definitely got to pull cards away from Gabriel, because as of right now, I think Gabriel was given a little sign. He's got a payload in hand, a dominated card, and that's going to be very difficult for David to deal with.
We still do have some blocks on we have the crown, we have the trench.
Correct. Even if he sends a trap, he could get a card into Arsenal and then block with that as well if it's another trap.
Sting also is 1 damage that can't be prevented. So, or it can be prevented. It just can't.
But all those things with the Achilles Accelerator, all Gabriel needs to do is send in a boosted card, and then all of a sudden he can have multiple attacks with a pistol. And every attack, even a blue, small boosted card, could be dangerous coming in for 2. All these cards are now lethal to David, so he's definitely going to have to make sure he sequences things correctly and make sure that he's protected at all times. Very, very dangerous going into this. So, but A rabble is going to be coming in with a
I
4.
think I see
The
a
premeditate
remorseless.
didn't meet the condition to be able to get that pump from the rabble unless we saw. Oh no, is that a blue falcon wing or is that a red falcon wing on top? Because maybe that's what's going on.
It was a red falcon wing.
Okay.
Or,
No, so it's red falcon wing.
Yep.
So premeditate's just not pumping the rabble.
and we
Okay.
do see an intoxicating shot, which is a new card from this new set. It's a Riptide specialization that says when it hits, the other hero creates a courage and a quicken token.
Okay.
Which the usefulness of that card is that if you do have the Riptide specialization of Buzzsaw Trap or Collapsing Trap, it makes it so that you can't.
But we're not going to see it. It's pitched.
No, we're not. Well,
Yep.
that's more of a setup turn.
Yep.
You want to see that Buzzsaw Trap before you play it.
But it looks like Gabriel didn't want to let that rabble come in for any damage. Didn't want any effects. So we did have a single card block and the follow up with a Teklo Foundry Heart block to have a full block on that. So no more blocks available for the Teklo Foundry Heart. Remorseless coming in now though, which this is going to make contact, and now every action is going to be active for Gabriel. Every action he's going to take is going to be 1 damage, and so this really hinders Gabriel's ability to string multiple things together to pressure David.
Right. But
Very,
we
very.
do have that Dominate card, so it might not. You might just send the Dominate
Yep,
and.
yep. But 5-2, very close game from both players. Very expertly played on both sides.
Let's hope David drew a trap and was able to get it into Arsenal.
So is this a red T-bone? Okay, so red T-bone available. So this is what Gabriel has access to these 2 resources from Technical Core. He can send in a T-bone for 0, boosted, forcing a block from equipment. It's gonna be 1 block of 1 less block available for David for when he uses these 2 resources from the Technical Core and he sends in this dominated payload.
And Gabriel does take that damage from
Yep.
there.
Nice thing.
A block with the
Snapdragon
Snapdragons.
still having, even though it's a 0, it still does meet the condition that T-bone requires a block of equipment.
Right, and there's no like blade break.
Yep. But here
The
is
payload.
this dominated payload for 6. So there could be a block for 3. Needs to use equipment. He's going to send in the crown as well as the hornet sting. So it's going to be should be a full block, and then he's triggering crown. So
Also, Hornet Sting does 1 damage, so Gabriel should take 1 from that, and also
Buzzsaw Trap. Okay, he's just he's choosing not to use the Buzzsaw Trap. I'm just not sure where that Buzz Trap came from. Oh, I don't know why he revealed it.
I don't know.
But that looks like
Did
his
Gabriel
cycle.
take 1 from playing the payload?
I think he took 1.
Because I believe Gabriel should have been at 2 with the Hornet Sting. Taking.
Let's see the writing on remorselessness.
Remorseless. It
Oh,
says,
Hornet Sting was the reveal for the Buzzsaw.
okay, they're next. Whenever they play an action card, they lose 1. And Hornet Sting. There's just a mistrigger on that, probably. Oh, it wasn't an arrow. That's why.
Oh.
It was that. That's why it was revealed. It was the Buzzsaw Trap.
Yep.
So that was unfortunate. You saw, and then you had to bottom that, which is you only have that's a 1 of because it's legendary. So that's something you don't want to see. We do have 9 with a blood rot, lace with blood rot on it.
Yes. Thank you on the Hornet Sting. Yep. We got that. So looks like the 1 damage was from the remorselessness. Okay, we're got this all figured out. So it looks like we have 2 pumps coming in, very powerful. 9 attack coming in, as well as because of the lace with the blood rot, we have a on hit coming in with this. I believe that's a Falcon Wing.
It is.
So
yes.
we should have go again on this. David not showing us that,
We
but
see a throttle.
I think because there's no cards in
There's
hand,
no
there's not
cards
really a
in hand,
follow up.
Yeah.
But 9 coming in, both players 3-2, and you know what? Gabriel's in a very dangerous range now with when David's going to draw his hands. Traps could be, the finale in this. I see a max velocity, an under loop.
A throttle.
Is that a throttle? So I don't see with those cards a way to be able to get use out of this max velocity. So that might be blocking fodder here at this stage.
You have to block here. And your tech load doesn't have, your equipment does not have any blocks on it either.
Yeah, looks like we're just going to be keeping the underloop in hand and sending in these, well, high octane. I think that really hurt Gabriel to block with that, because that is a card that would be very valuable in this situation. Being able to leverage multiple pistol shots from the gained action points on that was probably a tough one. But choosing to keep this underloop, probably to be able to do something with it, that's their choice.
I mean, when you're at 3 against a Riptide, you might just Arsenal try and set up a turn, because any damage, anytime you attack with a single attack and there's a possible trap in hand, you're just putting in damage to get blocked, and you don't have anything to string in this turn. It's just one attack, so you might just decide to Arsenal, maybe try and set up. Or we're going to see a pitch for the pistol?
I think that's what's going to happen. I think we're going to have a load and a shoot. Gabriel really in the tank. This is a very close game, so it's that's a high die. He's going to have to find the lower one. But just coming in for 2, and we're just going to have a simple block from bolt and shot. No trap triggers, and so we're just going to be passing the turn on. Not being able to use the rest of the resources. No load on the pistol. So Gabriel's going to be sending that back over to David, and we're going to see a loading of a infecting shot, pitching the Bolton shot, and we're going to be coming in with a searing shot. Searing shot, an infecting shot. So again, these on hits, very, very powerful at this stage of the game. I see on the side of Gabriel, I see a 0 to 60. We're going to block with a magnetic shock wave, and it looks like a zipper hit. Looks like he's going to be keeping maybe even 2 0 to 60s in hand.
I saw the Arsenal card for David was a frailty trap, I believe.
Gabriel excited to get these boosts going, so he's going to be sending the first 0 to 60. No cost on that, coming in for 4. And so that is an important number. It's over that threshold of 3. It's going to require a multiple block.
Here.
So, 3 blocks aren't going to be, valuable enough here. It's going to require 2 cards. If he goes to 1, it's very, very scary here.
We do know there's that trap in...
So we are going to get a trap here.
David is going to 1 as well, only
Yep.
blocking
They're
3.
putting... he's going to 1, but Gabriel's going to 2 from this trap trigger. Okay, so he's going to get the frailty. So now his pistol only comes in for 1. But he's just going to send another 4, which is very strong. David's in the same position. It's going to require 2 cards.
And his trench.
Yep, so that is
what
2.
We figured.
Yep.
Just making... The trench might not be as useful right now.
And now David has no additional blocking with his equipment. So now, at 1, he has to full block everything. Dash doesn't have any pumps. It's not like anything's going to be, not...
Did you see this remorseless put into Arsenal, though? And that's damage, right?
Yep.
And if David draws a trap, that's the second... and we do see a razor reflex in hand.
Okay. Luckily Gabriel doesn't have any items in hand, but he just needs to decide how much blocking he's going to be putting at this. So Gabriel trying to decide how he wants to handle this remorselessness. Any misstep could be the end of his round 1. So we're coming in for 5. He could block 2, but if, like you said, there's a follow-up, looks like I think David has a Codex of Frailty in his hand. I'm not sure what the other card. Oh, you said a razor reflex.
You just pitch for the... If Gabe doesn't anticipate this, Gabe loses, right? It's
he only
it's
blocks
a red.
2?
If he doesn't, if he's able to block 6, that's +3. So that would be 2 damage to Gabe.
Thanks, Mark. Appreciate it. Thanks for tuning in, guys. This has been a great round 1 match. I'm loving this. So
yeah, Gabriel doesn't know whether to block fully, and
He's going to go with a 2-block. So
2-block, which
this might be the end. He's going to pass, and we're going to see the Razor
the
Reflex.
+3, which is 8 damage, and with 6 block if there's no D-react, which we don't see one.
I think this is going to be it.
GG's.
Riptide's going to take it over the dash. Oh,
Very close, though. Very close. I know that was your hope for Gabriel to win because of dash, but that was a good game to watch. Very close on both sides.
My dash was so close, but not able to bring it across the finish line. So close though. That was anybody's game.
Riptide's ability to just deal 1 damage, especially with that Remorseless, because you can't let that hit, right? You have to full block that, and it was good on David's side for the attacks to, had to take 2 cards out of hand to be able to block that, but the trench isn't going to do you as much good right here, so you might as well get rid of it, try and get prevent as much damage as you can.
Yeah. But round 1, David Mink live up to his living legend.
Yeah.
Riptide runs it back for round 1 victory. So
hopefully see David in top 8.
Yeah, we'll see. It's
less Dromai.
Long day still. We got 4 more rounds coming up for you guys, so definitely stay tuned. I think that might have been our last match. We'll have to verify. So we're gonna go to a quick short break. Give you guys some ads, but stay tuned. Round 2 will be starting shortly. So thanks again, guys.
Well, we're back. So on these feature match tables, we've got Riptide and Katsu. The Riptide being David that we saw last game, Katsu being our Kano from yesterday.
Yep.
Monitoring things. And then we also have Icelander and Icelander.
Yep,
on
I
the
think
other side.
I think we're gonna try to focus on the Riptide Katsu matchup, anticipating that Icelander might go a little longer. So we're just getting the stream set up right now, and then we're gonna take you over to the action. They have already started, but so we'll try to talk you through it. Right now it's.
We saw on Katsu's side, we saw a big Crouching Tiger turn, 2 Ancestral Empowerments, lots of damage.
Yeah, there was a big chain going on there with on the Katsu side, but
David blocking as much as he could, and then coming back with an E-strike. Then
there's gonna be a search and destroy on the side of David playing, getting that ready to go for a follow-up arrow. And we are on the match. All right, here we go. So again, we might be having a little bit of issues with this camera, just to let you guys know. So we appreciate your patience, but we're just trying to be able to get you as much coverage and as much matches as possible. So we do know there is some skipping and some lag, but just kind of bear with us, okay? We appreciate it.
we just saw an Endless Arrow, came in for 7 with that Seek and Destroy. We saw some equipment blocked on that, just updating life totals. I think we see, well, I can't tell if it's our game or the
Yeah, we'll verify life totals in just shortly. Our technical guy Carlos just went out to verify that. But looks like looks like Katsu's going to be coming in. Ooh,
Art of War.
Art of War starting in. Now keep in mind that this Search and Destroy is active. So what Search and Destroy does is at the end of the turn, pretty much any setup you have is going to be able to work through the next turn. It's going to make you discard and kind of redraw up. So definitely going to be trying to, Jordan's going to try to do what he can to make use of what he has set up. And we're going to start with this Art of War. So most likely, probably Exile would probably draw a couple cards and probably pumping up his attacks.
it's I'm trying to
He's showing
see
the
what
mind.
it is. I think it's a Roar of the Tiger. And
Can
then
you bring up Art of War in a moment?
I believe he chose the plus on attacks.
Yeah, I see the defense, and I know it has.
We saw a banish as well, so that means there was a banish and a draw.
Right.
And I believe the plus on all of the attacks this turn.
Which, I mean, typically you'll say Art of War only has 2 modes. Those are typically what you're going to be doing.
Unless you're on the more defensive side.
Right, because it is an instant. You could play it on your opponent's turn to give yourself the plus toughness. So technically the plus toughness that he shows is him signifying it's the +1 attack as well.
Correct.
So, yep, we are situated with that. So I believe these life totals are correct. So it looks like Jordan has already taken some damage at 30 versus Mink at the 36.
And we see a Growl coming in right now. It's 3 attack with +1 from the Art of War. And the Roar of the Tiger, I believe, was that other card.
And we do see this Hornet Sting does hit this time. It shows a remorselessness. And we do see Jordan taking 1 damage from that, falling to 29. And here is a trap coming in on top of that.
Ooh.
So there's another ping of damage. Jordan falling to 28.
Right, and you don't want to see that frailty trap, especially because when you're trying to Kadachi,
Yeah,
get that chain link.
it's very, very strong against the Kadachis. So following up with a Rabble coming in, reveals a red, so normally coming in for 4, but
Right.
Art of War active, so we do have a Rabble for 5 coming in.
100 wins on top.
Where's this map?
Decided, I believe I see another trap. I think it's an inertia trap. Oh, we see a codex block. I believe a full block on this. Gonna.
Yeah, definitely prioritizing. Doesn't want to get any triggers, from like a Mask of Momentum or anything like that. Really just keeping these attack hit triggers low on the side of Jordan, trying to not allow anything to really start coming in. But there's a follow-up of the Crouching Tiger coming in.
We did see a Kodachi as
Yeah,
well.
there was a Kodachi first, which again attacked for 0, so he was just having increased count on the combat chain. But with the Crouching Tiger coming in, there's going to be an inertia trap now coming in. There's going to be another trigger of a Riptide coming to 27 for Jordan, and then Jordan comes back with another Crouching Tiger.
Right, we did see with the Roar of the Tiger, they do get +1, and we see a Tiger Swipe. That's the combo right there. Jordan Biggs is playing Crouching Tiger Katsu, so we want to see those Tiger Swipes, because the Crouching Tiger was the last one. It gets +2 and go again, and when it hits, create X Crouching Tigers, and X is the number of Crouching Tigers you control. So if
more
hits,
Crouching
we're
Tigers
getting
coming
more,
in if there's a hit, and
right, and we have that
David
Roar
might
of the
be
Tiger.
out of blocking for this.
We've got that Roar of the Tiger. We've got Art of War. So those Crouching Tigers are coming in for a bit of damage, and if you don't, you have to block this Tiger Swipe, and you have to use your Trench, and you have to use your
Crown
here.
Full block. What do you think? Do you think he's going to do it?
It's quite early to get rid of a Trench.
Yep.
I don't know.
And look at, he said no blocks. He took the 3, he falls to 31, and here we see Jordan getting ready with these multiple Crouching Tigers coming in. We get a block from the Perch Grapplers, looks like, and then a follow-up with another Crouching Tiger coming in. Although I don't know what their power was, I think maybe that's why it was insignificant.
2 of each. 2 on each because of the Art of War and Roar of the Tigers.
Yeah. Well, if that's the case, David should be losing some life on that secondary Crouching Tiger.
David did go down. David was at 31, went to 28.
Oh, fantastic. Okay, yep. Oh, that's right. From 34, took the 3, went to 31, blocked 1 Tiger, took 2 from the other one. Yep.
I still see Endless Arrow coming out.
Okay, so the only card looks like David had left with an arsenal was this Endless Arrow.
Right.
So,
which is still damage that's being presented, comes back to hand, and then gets to arsenal.
And Jordan says no blocks. I am going to stay the aggressor and try to put another very large combat chain again, not letting, not caring about that 4 Endless Arrow. So.
Now, the most important card for David in this matchup is that Collapsing Trap. Stopping the go again, just stopping it from the beginning, completely disrupting a Katsu
taking
turn.
a card out of hand. Collapsing Trap, very powerful. But looks like we're going to see a Frailty Trap. So good against this Katsu. Kodachis are just turned off. You still get to attack with them. You still get to push that combat chain forward, but still just none of that chip damage that you would normally expect from the Kodachis. Right. So coming in with a 4 now as a follow-up.
Yeah, and these are our only Katsu and Riptide players, so it's nice to see on the feature match watching 2 heroes that we probably won't see again, which I guess we said about David, but...
Yeah. What do you guys think? And you appreciating these singleton heroes or the Icelander head-to-head that we'll have as our backup match, looks like there's a lot of blue going on over there.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, that Icelander matchup, just waiting.
I see 4 Insidious Chills on the battlefield, 1 Frost Hex, and 1 Channel Lake Frigid. So that is quite the battle over there.
But Icelander, you're just holding a gun to each other's head and just like, okay, pull the trigger, pull it.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot over there.
No, he's doing his hand.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So,
all right.
Are we frozen? Is this camera frozen, or is David in the tank right now? Let's see.
I think a little bit of both.
Okay, yep. I think we're good.
We took the damage,
so
and
like
then
took the 4.
The Winds of Eternity is coming in.
So David was at 20. David was at 29. He took the 4, falling to 25. We're gonna get a block with the Remorseless and the Crown. Are we gonna have a cycle? I don't think we saw.
I don't believe I saw a cycle.
Okay.
We know that Endless Arrow is in Arsenal. It's a 0 for 4, right?
Yep.
That if it hits, you get it back. So having that in your arsenal seems fine. You don't have to quite activate your bow yet.
Yep. But also, it's not. it's also taken up a spot, say, if David wanted to, for any reason, trap, get a trigger, putting a card in an arsenal, it's taken that up. But it is a premier card to have, it's endless, And so it's, and as of right now, Jordan hasn't cared about it. Jordan's been much more the aggressor.
Lace with inertia.
But this is going to be a strong attack coming in. I expect it to be, is this 10? Is that a 3 pump on both sides?
Yep, there is a 10.
Yeah, so 10 power endless
inertia.
arrow. I have a feeling this endless arrow is going to be going back to hand.
It might be.
I don't think we're going to see a 10 block from our Kodachi player, but we'll see what Jordan wants to just do on this.
We'll see. Yeah, it all depends on that, on the hand, because Katsu just relies on having your big combo turns, and that inertia is so disrupting for the Kodachis, the card in Arsenal right now. It's just not something that you want to have on your side, and with Katsu, you need all of your attacks to hit, potentially get the Katsu trigger, search for something else, and then be able to play that as well.
Did you happen to see what David decided to do with the scout? Did he check Jordan's deck, or is it
the top of Jordan's?
Jordan's, yep,
yes.
okay. Which is typically what you do. You want to kind of see like what's potentially coming next, And we do have a full block. So I was wrong on that one. Jordan deciding, what, this endless arrow could definitely become problematic.
Right.
I need to resolve.
Already let it hit once.
And you know what? I feel like the last 2 turns, Jordan's had to deal with a frailty token under these Kodachis. So he's not wanting to have to deal with that again. Although it does turn off his turn, he's just going to draw and pass back.
However, though, you've got David with playing Riptide, right? Lots of defense reactions. There's a chance that David goes into turn with just a bunch of traps in hand and can't produce as much damage, which we're seeing that is not the case. We had the Ravenous Rabble, and we're going to have this. Is that a Bolton shot?
That is a Bolton shot.
With the premeditate.
Yep. We saw a Rabble come in, revealed a red, came in for 4. Jordan said, no, we're good on that. Well, he took 4, falling down to 18, and now we're going to have this 6 Bolton shot, which Bolton shot has a higher attack than normal. So we know what happens there. It does have go again. So that's going to be coming in, following up with an infecting shot. So Jordan falling to 12, has a 5 looking at him, and he just says okay to that. So he's going to get this Blood Rod as well. Being at 7 with a Blood Rod, it's looking a little difficult on the side of the Kodachis.
Yeah, and Riptide does have that Ponder, so it's going to be able to get something into Arsenal off of this.
Yep, goes right to Arsenal, yep.
But I do see an Art of War in Jordan's hand, so it could potentially just be a really big turn. Yeah, there's a reason you take all of that damage.
We saw no blocks on the side of Jordan at all, so I anticipate, he's going to find a way to really string together a lot of attacks, a large combat chain with this Art of War. We might be able to, depending on the way David decides to block here, if he's not careful, get that Mask of Momentum working, getting a card off of that, but
we did see that last turn that he had with Art of War was just such a long combat chain, just keep coming with the damage. So, but David is at 25, Jordan's at 7. You have to take cards out of hand. You have to threaten a lot of damage here, or it's just kind of game over for you, because Rangers attack real big.
Yep, so we're going to get a Kodachi started off with us. Coming in.
That's a head leads tail.
Yep.
Deciding what.
Now, does Art of War hit weapons as well?
It does not. It's
I did not think so.
Cards.
Yep. So just Kodachi coming in just for a singleton. Coming in, presenting 4 on this attack. David deciding, seeing what traps he has available. Traps are very, very crucial now to David. Very dangerous for Jordan, being at a life total of 7, definitely in dangerous territory.
And head leads the tail. It says that the next you name a card, and the next cards in the chain get +1. So we see 4 coming in. It's probably going to be Crouching Tiger that's named, because that is the big hitter in this.
That's the game plan. Chain to Crouching Tigers together.
And if you can get a lot of damage off of those, That's what you're trying to do. Those zeros that come in and seemingly do nothing, but when you have an Art of War and this head leads the tail, you're getting those pluses. We see a Katsu activation getting 100 wins.
Ooh, doing the combo. That's
right.
These Katsu players, I'll be honest, I don't know if I could do it, being able to know what cards you're going to be going for, how to combo these long combat chains together. So I got to give Jordan credit. Very, very deadly when you know what you're doing and can string together these powerful attacks together. So we got that activation. The 100 wins is going to be coming in. Looks like David just said okay to the 4, taking it, coming in for 3 typically, but again, Art of War active, coming in for 4. So I feel like if David had a trap available, I feel like we would have seen it by now. Try to lessen some of these attacks or whatnot, unless he's got something large planned.
And this is a Mask of Momentum hit here too, so this has to be blocked, or there's a mask trigger, which it seems like just happened. So took the 4, mask proc, and then come in with the Kadachi.
So how many cards does Jordan have now in hand? Is that 2 or 3?
3 cards in hand.
That's a lot of potential, still coming in. So Jordan trying to, we're seeing a Command and Conquer coming in. Really
good way to kind of finish the turn. There were no blocks on it. Oh, we see.
We're gonna do the triple block, trying to, full block. Really gonna care about this Arsenal card on the side of David. But definitely large hits coming in. David falls to 15, but
even with that Command and Conquer, Katsu still has time to get that card in Arsenal. So there's 2 cards on David's side and a 5-card hand and another Art of War.
But it looks like Jordan at 5 versus David's 15. Again, I think David is in the commanding position here. He's able to stay on the defensive, and if he's able to outlast with a couple of traps, Jordan's going to be very soon into a position where one of these large attacks by David could just spell the end, just be too overwhelming to deal with. And it looks like we're going to be starting off with a Searing Shot. Or is it the Heat Seeker in a different language? I don't know.
I believe that's a Heat Seeker.
Yeah. It looks like it reads Searing Shot, but...
maybe it
But
is.
I don't know if it's a different language.
Wait, I don't remember.
Right?
So we did see the Trench activated, put the card from Arsenal on bottom, get a resource, and then use that resource to activate the Dread Boar.
And here comes Jordan, recognizing, what, all right, I'm going to have to start doing some blocking. I don't have the life total as a resource now to let me have these strong turns.
And we saw Gabriel once Gabriel got down to that 5 range. Once you get that Remorseless out, you're taking damage on everything you do, especially against a Katsu.
This is Art of War 3 for Jordan. Very
turn.
good draws. He's going to try to really pressure David here and try to change this tempo and be able to put him on the back foot.
Right. We see the Salt the Wound pitch though, so maybe not as big of a combat change. Maybe a little bit smaller. Maybe it was
Maybe he's got a second in hand.
Yeah,
who knows?
Could be.
Or he might be able to go get it later. But we are going to start things off with this Kodachi coming in.
Yeah, but we saw last game with David, once you get into that 5 range, if you can get that Remorseless off, you get those traps out. Hornet's Sting's gone, so you're not worried about that extra damage there, but you've got some things that just, it deals damage that you can't prevent. Oh, we see another Command and Conquer.
So, going with these small attacks coming in, followed over the top with a large Command and Conquer. Not being able to string together too many combos, but this Command and Conquer should be for 7.
Still comes in for 7.
Still threatening a 3-card block, or this Arsenal is gone. So either way, David's not going to be going into his turn with 5 cards. But it's just, does he want more life or more cards? That's going to be his decision on the side.
Decides to use the Trench, get rid of the card in Arsenal, take the damage
Okay.
from what it seems. just a good way so that you're not getting rid of that Arsenal card. You're recycling it. The trench is a once per turn instant, so you can just do it on their turn. Try and get some value out of it.
And now all of a sudden we have both these players very low life totals, 5-6. Again, another close game, with this Riptide.
And you have to be careful going against Katsu with, you don't want to get Kadachi locked, right?
No,
you
absolutely
don't
not.
want to get down to that 4 even.
Both these heroes, very deadly when it comes down to these low life totals. So this could go either way. This is anybody's game. We're starting with a Rabble. Reveals our red. It's another... is that a lace with frailty?
It is a lace with frailty.
So, looks like a 4 coming in, just a single block from Jordan. So, he will fall to 4. Each point of damage now, so important on both sides. So, there's going to be a follow-up from David, just kind of considering what his route's going to be here. Looks like he's going to close the combat chain, maybe an activation of the bow to get something to follow up with. And that is what we're going to see. And maybe an infecting shot,
which is very important. You're at 4.
Blood rot, so good.
You don't want. That's something that Katsu does not want to hit. We do see a salt the wound.
There is salt wound. Looks like a blue, something else.
There's not many blues in this Katsu deck. There are 9 blues. So okay. So we do see the lace with frailty.
That's a Bolton shot. So again, Bolton shot. 7, go again. So threatening a follow-up. This is scary. Jordan's got to make these decisions, and we are seeing says, okay, I got to block with the mask. Follow up with these 2 cards. It's going to be a full block. Can't afford to have that frailty now.
You can't afford the frailty. You can't
or the
afford
blood rot. Those on hits not going to be good for Jordan. So
you did see the razor reflex pitch though, so
okay.
That does kind of give Jordan information that in these lower life totals, you might have to over block. There's only...
So David is playing 3, and, these players, this isn't our top 8. They don't have these deck lists. So Jordan just sees a razor reflex pitch. So now he needs to decide. He knows David's playing some number of these, and so now that's always got to be on his mind.
See another Command and Conquer. This is the 3rd one. Just those big turns of 3 Art of Wars in a row, 3 Command and Conquers in a row, just over and over again. And this time, David can't take it.
No, and you know what? It's getting down to a point where Jordan's doing what he has to do to take cards out of David's hand. He can't afford to let David go into a 5-card turn.
Exactly. And we haven't seen any traps from David in a while.
We have not.
We saw some early play. I see a Falcon Wing.
Yep. So definitely, if David can go into his turn with some resources, some amount of cards, we could see a multiple attacks.
But we have to see if this infecting shot still makes it to the turn, because there's a Command and Conquer.
Just trying to decide how we want to, go through this. How are we going to sequence? What's going to be the important blocks here? Do we go with the trench? Some number of cards, take up maybe a little damage. How valuable is this Arsenal card? And
Command and Conquerors are so good against Riptide. The ability to, you can't defend with your defense reactions. You can't play those traps.
Looks like it may have been
full block.
A Bolton shot, and could have been a Scout. Maybe also was blocked, but full block for sure. Dave's going to be going in with 2 cards and 1 in Arsenal. See if he can string together some type of pressure. And it is another Scout, okay? So most likely going to be looking at Jordan's deck, get a little bit of information what's coming, and clearly we're going to have a follow-up. Is it going to be an infecting shot? Try to threaten that blood rot again, or maybe something else? We'll have to see. We know he has a Falcon Wing in hand, but his Arsenal, that is already loaded. We'll have to see what it is.
All right, so we're coming in for 8 on this infecting shot.
It is the infecting shot.
You're at 4. You can't let this hit that blood rot when you're not playing as many blues, and you don't want it. You might as well pitch your entire hand to this card than pitch 3 for a blood rot.
Yeah, it was the Falcon Wing that also blocked with the Bolton shot.
You saw the Remorseless
was pitched. Yep.
Yes, was pitched.
So here's 8 coming in with an on hit. Jordan looks like he's reaching for his equipment. He's going to block. Trying to do a full block. I'm not sure what those block for. That's the thing with Katsu is, you might have, 2 blocks in the deck, which are definitely difficult. But it looks like we will have a full block. Not going to allow that blood rot to come down.
And we still see a head jab, so it's still some damage that's being presented. It's another card out of the hand. No card in arsenal for David. So, okay. So you see a frailty trap.
Yep.
This will trigger the Riptide, bringing Jordan to 3, and that's the hard part in this matchup is you have to realize that every single attack you do could just be a trap card that is going to do damage that you don't want.
And we see a pitch of a Codex. That's scary because we know if you're getting rid of that, something worse is probably coming. And we see a loaded hamstring shot.
But also, a Codex in this matchup, when Jordan doesn't have a card in arsenal, that's extra for Jordan to play with. You don't want those long combat chains.
But David still being able to get these pumps with this scout and again presenting another 8 at Jordan. It's becoming very backbreaking for Jordan to get anything started. You see he's down on his equipment, and now he's going to be down on cards because likely we're going to have to see a full block here. Just this life total too dangerous to allow any damage to come through.
Still a card in hand for David, so this is going to be a good arsenal.
Yeah, if it's a 2 block
it's an endless arrow.
If we see a 2 block on the side of Jordan, it'd be 2 damage coming in.
There we go. We have 2 double strikes and
yeah.
I think that was 2 growls, I believe.
Yeah, if Jordan just did a 2 card block, letting 2 damage come through, he's got to be afraid of every attack he does for the rest of the game. We can't allow himself.
You can't go to 1 against Riptide.
I think at this stage, it's...
And we see a buzzsaw trap in the hand.
It's easy to assume
David.
that trying to deal 5 damage to David, he could have 2 traps. So I feel like we are at our quintessential 1 life, It's just so dangerous territory for this Katsu player now.
Yeah, this is a very oppressive turn. We know there's an endless arrow in Riptide's arsenal. This could be an endless arrow into an Enlightened Strike 4/7 and just arsenal that buzzsaw trap.
Yeah, we see these powerful attacks coming in from David that are really causing difficulties for Jordan to block with because of these lower blocking totals on these cards. That is going to be the path to victory, I think, on this Riptide. Just strong attacks, really difficult blocks to the
using
point where
trench, get rid of that. Load an arrow potentially. And now that I think about it, you probably don't even arsenal that buzzsaw trap because that's if Katsu can't attack back at you, that's something in your arsenal.
It's stuck.
It's stuck there. You do have the trench to get that out of your arsenal if need be, but you kind of want that in hand, especially when Katsu is playing a Razor Reflex. You don't want to see that when you're about to be attacked for a lot of damage.
So David choosing to go with a multiple attack instead of a large attack. Just sending in a no buffed Bolton shot after a 5 Enlightened Strike with go again. So looks like it's going to be a full block. Looks like life totals will stay as are. And we're just going to get an arsenal and pass back. Jordan seeing if he can piece something together to
just
be
arsenal,
able to...
maybe, yep.
Yep, had to spend all his cards on blocks and just try to continue to survive until he gets an opportunity.
Yeah, you just have to wait for...
much more difficult.
Okay, so we see the pitch of the buzzsaw trap. At this point, it's
we see a death touch coming in.
Ooh. With that premeditate.
Yep. So
that was an arsenal. That was what was arsenal.
What was arsenal. So we have a 9 coming in, and we're gonna see likely a lot of cards coming down on the blocking side of Jordan.
Jordan just has to decide whether he wants to fully block, wait for David to hopefully just have a non-turn of maybe all defense reactions, but. In this case, it's kind of difficult to try and decide, especially with these ninja cards that only block for 2 sometimes.
So it looks like Jordan's going for the full block. Looks like he's going 369. We have no razor reflex, nothing, no tricks up any sleeves. It's just going to be a full block, and looks like we're going to be passing on back. Jordan going into his turn with 2 cards, seeing if something can be sent in, which opens them up for traps.
Double strike.
So double strike coming in.
You kind of have to block that if you're David. That is some.
And it's a tar pit trap. We're going to trigger. Jordan's going to 2. So dangerous. It's going to be a very hard way to come back. And we have is that a collapsing trap?
That stops it from getting go again.
Well,
and that's also another damage.
Jordan would have to discard a card if he had any, but he does not. He's just going to.
Maybe it's
he gets a follow up with a rabble, reveals a red, going to be coming in for 4, but he's at 1. If David has a trap here, he just wins. Does he have the trap? He just had 2 on this turn, so unlikely, but you never know on the side of this Riptide. So 4 coming in could put both players to 1. Very, very dangerous.
I was wrong. The collapsing trap makes you discard your hand.
And then draw 1 additional.
-1.
I'm sorry, yes, I'm sorry. -1.
We see a block with the lace.
Hand total by 1.
Which, I mean, that was from being on the back foot, that was a really good turn from Jordan. Putting out damage, making it so David has to block. You did go to 1, though, so
yes,
everything
going forward is not very good for you.
Now, those traps do have to trigger, though, so
the condition needs to be met for sure. But I don't think we've seen one not met on the side of David. Knows when he needs to play them and when to.
We see a full block here, 6 block.
No choices.
Just, pass the turn. Hopefully, there's a trap in hand on David's side.
Jordan have 2 cards in hand, being able to try to pressure. Again, David still, at 3, but it might be a trap in hand. Is that a tar pit trap in that first card? Very difficult to see. But this might be it. Here comes an Enlightened Strike. And do we have a trap kill on the side of David? 7 power coming in, trying to threaten.
Trying to just see what is in the graveyard. Maybe defense reactions that have been played. We've seen quite a few. I know one of the traps that is left over right now is that buzzsaw trap that we did see pitched 2 turns ago. So it's not going to be recycling for a little bit right now. Still checking, trying to figure out probably just how to block.
Jordan just on edge. What is David gonna do with this? And we see a sleep dart jump in front of it. That's not going to be enough currently to block, and there is the trap. Now, is that trap going to trigger is the question.
Don't believe so, because tar pit trap,
I feel like if it was
the go again one.
Yes, I feel like if the trap was triggering, we wouldn't have seen that time taking. And so
it needs to have go again.
Big heads up play by Jordan, not sending in a 5 go again, just choosing to go for 7. So damage gets in. The trap was useless for David and drops to 2. So again, very, very close game.
I mean, maybe in that instance, you block with your premeditate your rabble and then arsenal that trap. Wait for
potential
to come in with another attack with go again. It's ninja. All of them have go again.
But choosing to go with the premeditate and a rabble to just send a large attack, Jordan, that's going to have to definitely put in 3 cards. 3 cards for that 7 attack. Looks like it was only 2 though, but was a full block. Had to have been a full block. So it might have been missing something on our end.
All right,
but it was a full block.
Roar of the Tiger.
And now Jordan's going to try to chain something together.
I think that was a predatory streak. Block with the tar pit trap. It does have go again.
And
that is the game.
The kill with the Riptide trigger.
That was a good game on both sides.
Yes.
Very close.
So we're going to go ahead and we'll talk about it a little bit, but we are going to get over to our Icelander versus Icelander matchup and try to get caught up. Looks like they're updating the life totals for us right now. We'll try to jump in and see where we're at. Again, I do see 2 Insidious Chills, 2 Frost Hexes.
You see an Ice Eternal coming out on Aaron Blum's
yep,
side.
Aaron is going to be sending in multiple Frostbites, trying to get some damage in through these Frost Hexes. Definitely on the back foot, though. Aaron at 5, B at 22. Both players obviously are very experienced with these decks, so it's going to be, it's like a ballet. It's a dance, trying to figure out where they can leverage what. See where we are in this. Looks like Ice Eternal is resolving. B's going to end up getting, looks like, some number of Frostbites, potentially just 1.
And then taking the 2 damage at the end of the turn with that Frostbite.
Yep. We'll see if B...
And that Channel Lake Frigid, that was on Aaron Blum's turn, I believe.
Well, we just saw Aaron draw up, so that would make sense. So that is why the Frostbite is still around. It's not happening yet.
I was about to say.
So B gets to essentially pay through it, prevent any damage from this Frost Hex. Just do something and really just pass the turn. Get an Arsenal card. Try to be able to take an our turn. Both players want our turns.
But also just patience. I mean, obviously you all haven't seen this this matchup because we were watching another one, but watching it, it just seemed like while Aaron had a bigger board presence, we saw the Icelander just taking time, being patient, making sure B could put in damage.
Now, to note, we do see that B has already lost his Striders. Aaron still has it, so that's a big deal, okay? It's going to really prevent B from being able to take a powerful turn, interrupting Aaron. So Aaron still has potential, but B, very clearly, it must have had some effect in the game because...
Aaron is at 5.
Yes.
Which, when I talked to B yesterday about these Storm Striders, I asked, what are these Storm Striders for? If you're going for that Ice Eternal, Storm Striders doesn't, or I was asking about the Metacarpus, that's what I said.
Yes, Metacarpus.
The Metacarpus doesn't do as much when you're going for that Ice Eternal combo, but the Storm Striders, it's a big piece, and yesterday we saw B, when they were on the feature match table, lose it in turn 2 or 3 in top 8, so I'm sure these Storm Striders did probably put in a bit of work when Aaron's at 5. We'll see. We see another Frost Hex in Aaron's hand.
Yep.
Potential just...
B did go 1 down for Aaron, and so Aaron's going to try to maneuver this turn to be able to make sure that he can try to keep the CLF around, and he's going to follow up with a large Ice Eternal. So he's pitching, revealing the Frost Hex to have it fused. It should be a 3, 4, 5, 6. I believe it's going to be a Ice Eternal for 3. We'll see if B has any responses to this. But it looks like if this resolves, B says, okay, go ahead and give me 3 Frostbites. B
pitching to AB, the 3 damage with the Ice Eternal that is happening. And we see just a pitch to the Waning Moon, and not choosing not to play that 3rd Frost Hex.
Can we see that equipment, the Constella? So we notice on the equipment side that Aaron has the Tunic, whereas B is running the Wizard Chest.
Right.
That just triggered.
B came in knowing that they're going to have to AB a lot of damage coming in. That was one of the reasons B said Metacarpus nodes are there. You have that AB, whereas on B is producing more AB than on Blum's side. So it's very interesting to see the choice of I'm going to play Findles over Alluvian. When you're also getting the resources from doing all of the AB. And Findles is only every 3 turns.
So, trying to map out whose turn this was. It's always hard with the Icelanders because I'm trying to see. So that might have been, again,
Blum's.
Aaron's turn. Yes. So Frostbite's, again, not triggering yet, not hitting B for damage, but B will take the 2 damage from the Waning Moon, okay? So falls to 20, and B's going to say, okay, you still have a CLF? I'm going to have a CLF. I can have 2 blues, able to pay through the Frostbites, prevents me from taking any damage, and now you have to fight through my CLF.
Right. And pitching for those frostbites too, having to overpitch just to get those out.
Yep, definitely cleaning up, trying to, again, you have to pay through the frostbites or you're at the AB, and so able to do that. And so Aaron says, all right, well, then I'm just going to try to attack your arsenal and send in a Command and Conquer.
And we see Aaron was not able to pitch blues, so this Channel Lake Frigid is going away after this turn.
Yes.
It was also a very poor hand for the Channel Lake Frigid with two reds, a blue, or 2 reds, a yellow, and a blue in hand.
Yep, just a yellow-red pitch, CLF down. B survives through that Command and Conquer, able to keep his arsenal around. And is he gonna? Yep, he's gonna go ahead and send in a Wounded Bull. Life total, it doesn't get the plus because B is at this higher life total. But still 7 coming in, nothing to not worry about because this is a lethal attack. You know, Aaron has to put some amount of resources into dealing with this.
Right.
Checking his equipment, deciding, checking where we are at. He sees a polar blast.
How much is left?
Yep.
With the pitch.
Yep. So Aaron deciding how he wants to maneuver this turn.
Yeah, how to block or potentially do some damage to B while only 1 card in hand. Make sure that Icelander, so that B can't go into their turn, into Aaron's turn with a card in arsenal.
B at a healthy life total 20. I don't think, he could have been contemplating, do I want to take our turn, play my arsenal card, pop Striders, and try to do a lot of damage. I didn't see that as an opportunity right there for Aaron.
Yeah,
so he's just going to do a block, take 1.
Yeah, might just...
try to be a setup turn, block it, fall to 4, and we are going to see another Cold Snap.
Did use the tunic to pay for 1.
Yep, paying through that. Oh, B lost his CLF on that turn, so not able to really do anything other than send that Wounded Bull in. So deciding, is my arsenal important? Do I want to let this get frozen by the Cold Snap? Looks like it is. So B signifying that is frozen. Blum will draw, and he draws, I believe that's a Hartefindel. So from there, the follow-up will be, just the
E-Pot, the arsenal, and send it over B's way.
Arsenal, and just a setup will draw for the end of the turn. So B, only 4 cards, doesn't have access to this arsenal here. Deciding, how do I want to maneuver? You still have 2 Insidious Chills on his side. They are, do we want to, start doing some work with this Frost Hex, casting Ice Eternal, fusing it, which then triggers the Insidious Chill, causing Blum to have to pay resources, which he will. Heart will gain a life, going up to 5. And then another pitch. So had to pay for both, looks like, 4 resources.
Just sent Ice Eternal in for 0.
Yep,
Nothing else. Just to get that.
Fusing.
Oh, I said another Ice Eternal in hand.
Pitch coming in for
choosing
2.
not to use the Alluvian to make the Waning Moon free. Choosing to get that Ice Eternal out of hand. B doesn't have as many Frost Hexes. The combo's not there quite yet, trying to save that for a later turn.
And Blum choosing to use the E-Pot as, just Arcane Barrier and preventing that 2 damage from the Waning Moon, staying at 5. Doesn't want to get any lower. Very, very dangerous to be at a 5 life total against Icelander. And here we see an Aether Ace Vein coming in for, looks like that's a red for 5.
And
fusing, triggering the Insidious Chill.
Again, we
double triggers on these Insidious Chill.
2 more cards out of hand.
And at 5, unlikely that he's going to be able to prevent all this damage, which means he will have a discard also from the trigger on the Aether Ace Flame. So coming in 4-5, can he pitch any AB? So they're just doing their math right now, figuring out what will this outcome be.
This will give 2 left over on the 2 blue pitches for the 2 Insidious Chills, and then that will leave 2 left over for AB plus for the 2 pay for Aether Ice Vein.
Yeah, it looks like we have. Does Striders have any AB on it?
I believe so.
I
believe it's 3 AB on Aaron's side,
so
and
he will
current.
3 AB then.
And then use the 2 extra. Make sure go into turn with card in hand.
So just confirming the math, seeing it looks like Aaron should be taking 2 from this Aether Ace Vein, which looks like they have confirmed. Aaron falling to 3, and then Waning Moon coming in for an additional 2, which any resources
Still pitching,
left
not using the
was able to AB 1 for the 1 leftover resource. Or no, actually no, he's out of resources. So falls from 3 to 1. Very, very dangerous.
Choosing to keep a card in hand. Maybe it's a red, and it's just not as useful in this scenario with AB.
Now B
gets his in hand
and gets his arsenal back, and he's going to start on Aaron's turn to send in this damage, triggering, and that's going to be it. Too much for Aaron to come back from.
Those 2 big turns with the Insidious Chills, getting cards out of hand. Perfect way to end that game, close it out. The Storm Striders were not used on Aaron's side.
No, not able to really get anything going. Was almost too much on the back foot with whatever the
life totals.
Yeah, we didn't get to see exactly how that game progressed to that stage, but being at a 5, it's always dangerous against an Icelander. So just not able to get anything going.
To get there. Those were both good games on both sides. Very close game with that Riptide Katsu. Riptide being able to just barely get through there, but those traps really coming in handy.
David Mink with the Riptide is going to be strong. We might be seeing him
Top
a little bit
8.
later. Probably later today, we're probably getting some more David Mink, most likely. I know you guys are loving the Riptide. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll come back with our next match as soon as the round is paired.
Yeah. All right. Stay tuned, guys. Thanks for.
And we're back for round 3. Our opening feature match tables are going to be Bravo versus Icelander, and then our second camera's on Dromai versus Dromai. So
Yep, a blast from the past from yesterday. We're starting to see these Dromais enter in this feature match area, but we get another outlier. We're getting a Bravo.
yeah, one
so,
of our only Bravo, and then one of 3 Icelanders. We did see B the last game.
Yep.
So we'll see how this goes.
These 2 players, friends, very local players, part of our community. So we're gonna get to be able to see B from the start. See how they're gonna leverage these striders and try to really take this from the Bravo. But
it'll be interesting to watch because I'm not quite sure how Icelander plays into Bravo and vice versa. Bravo does have we've got full null room, so
yep, we're gonna get you into the action. Players are all set up, getting ready to start. So we'll take you over to the table side.
Yeah, we've got full null rune on Bravo, so we've got 4 AB. We do see a tunic and an iron gauntlet on the Icelander side. B did tell us, Metacarpus is for that AB. We don't need it in this situation. But
need to be able to block those certain large on hits when Bravo comes in, that could cause disruptions for the following turn, different things like that. So it looks like Jamie's going to get us started. He's got that seismic surge activation from his tectonic plating, and he's going to be
just
getting a pulverize.
Leave that pulverize. Hopefully come in for a lot next turn. This is going to be an interesting matchup because with Icelander trying to give frostbites to Bravo, sometimes those big attacks are hard to produce, hard to have that hand to be able to attack into. And with this is just a setup turn, right? This is first turn, so don't give the chance for the Icelander to kind of optimize their hand.
Yep.
And this is a perfect time to heave. You get to kind of keep one of your cards in hand to decide what am I gonna put in my hand, leave there, and just get that pulverized.
I anticipate a lot of activation from this Coordinates Peak. I feel like being able to causing Bravo to be down a card by either having to pay the resources or pitching to it is going to be effective enough to do some disruption on the side of the Bravo player. So it looks like we're going to get a yellow Aether Ace Vein coming that is fused, okay? So Jamie has access to, looks like 3 AB with his hood, gloves, and boots. And so it looks like there is going to be some damage coming through from the fuse, which it is. Looks like he says, you know what, I'm not going to AB any of it. I want to be able to play this pulverize. I'll just take the damage.
Take the damage. You do have to, discard or pay 2. So there's going to be just a discard.
Just choosing the discard.
Making sure you have to have those blues to be able to play that pulverize.
If Jamie wanted to prevent any of this damage, it was going to be a multiple card loss because, again, not be able to prevent it all. So choosing, you know what, just take the damage, lose 1 card to try to put some pressure coming back B's way. But B's going to, push this advantage and send in another 2, trying to get any cards out of Jamie's hand, try to see if he can prevent this pulverize from coming in the following turn. Jamie says
Jamie
no.
just takes it.
Yep.
I'm just going to take it, come back, and hopefully pulverize for 10.
And just like that.
Pulverize for 14.
And just like that, B has, erased the life total difference,
And on top of this, if this is 3 blues, or he can activate Bravo. Give that pulverize dominate.
Ooh, this might, is it 3 blues? Have you seen this? We're going to have, going to the turns, the 4 seismic surges do pop. And in response, B's going to try to prevent this pulverize with a cold snap. On his turn, Icelander's going to cause a frostbite to come down, make it that much harder to deal with. So it's going to be either 1 resource for the cold snap plus a resource on top of the frostbite. Unlike we were going to see a dominated pulverize. We'll see if Jamie's able to work through this and still be able to play it.
Yeah. It's pretty...
Jamie's doing the math right now.
It's pretty hard for him to, because that dominate 14 was gonna be a big hit.
Yes.
And B's like, oh well, 3 cards in hand, the ability for Yeah, it's 2 to activate Bravo. So
Yep.
you have to maybe you just what does Cold Snap say?
So Cold Snap says if you pay for 1, if you don't pay for 1, it's gonna freeze the arsenal, which prevents you from being able to play it.
And I think it's 2 blues and a yellow. So unfortunately, it's just gonna be that if you don't pay the 1, freeze the arsenal.
And then you get a Frostbite on top of it, so that's even 1 more mana that he would have to come up with.
It is frozen right now.
It is frozen, and then following up with the 3 mana from the Waning Moon, because it is our turn. So, what did I say?
Mana.
I said 3 mana?
Yeah.
I apologize, folks. It is going to be 3 Arcane.
This is hard because you don't get those Seismic Surge tokens on your next turn.
No.
Getting to pitch 10, you need a full grip of a full grip of cards to be able to play anything.
Yeah, be doing a really good job. Pretty
And
much
that's-
negating these seismic surges. You know, really disrupted Jamie on the side of Bravo.
And that's your
Really
arsenal.
well job.
You're not going to have another Arsenal card.
No, it's going to be stuck. It's going to be stuck because that's very difficult to cast without those 4 seismic surges, and you only get those from the heave, you know? And that's going to be...
I wonder what's in Jamie's hand that Jamie just said, okay, I'm going to let you freeze it and also just... Okay.
Yep, so he's going to activate... Yep, he's going to pay 2 because he needs to pay through the Frostbite to activate the Tectonic. Try to get something... He's going to start salvaging for next turn. Try to get 1 seismic surge, and hopefully he can, you know, get a full grip of blues and be able to try to get this Pulverize out of that arsenal the following turn. So 1 resource, he's going to, looks like, activate Bravo. You know my favorite way to activate Bravo is when it's a Shiana.
Yeah.
Shiana activate Crippling Crush. That's my favorite activation. But it looks like...
I mean, this is still a Dominate. You still have 4 Seismic Surge tokens,
Yep.
2 extra. You can send in a 6 attack.
And we're going to get a Breaking Blow, is it? A Buckling Blow. So, Buckling Blow...
B forgot that there was a...
How are you
4
casting that?
Seismic
Oh, these are
Surges.
still active, B. You did a good job preventing the Pulverize, but I'm still going to be coming at you. So,
Which is fine. And that was a red. So that was a red card in hand that isn't gonna be able to pitch towards the Pulverize.
So the Buckling Blow is going to be threatening currently Dominated because Bravo is active.
+1 Dominate, right? Oh no.
No, it's
not
just
+1. Okay.
just Dominate.
And then get a -1
So
counter.
there is an on hit with the Crush. So Crush says if it deals 4 more, you get a -1 counter on target opponent. Okay, so we are just going to get a single block. Looks like 5 is going to be coming in at B.
5.
So with that hit, Crush is active, and now he gets to put a -1 on this Strider.
B audibly says no.
But, you know, now I want to
This-
check Jamie's list because if he does have it,
There's no reason to put that on there if he doesn't have the
you know what I'm thinking, right? To destroy. Buckling Blow, Buckle. Is Buckle to destroy?
I believe so. So
Yep.
you want that on there so you can destroy your opponent's
Striders for
yeah.
sure. So it looks like we're getting a blue Aether Ice Vein coming in on the side of B again, fused. So 3 coming in. Jamie needs to decide: do I want to spend a blue to prevent all this, as well as not have to discard or pay 2? So either way, you know, Jamie's going to be losing a card. So it's just deciding, you know, what's more valuable. So he's going to choose to keep the life, pitching a blue, A being 3, and see if B has a follow-up. Looks like he's just going to be Arsenal. That,
Icelander is just
card.
you have to Arsenal every turn whenever you can. It's just so important, so powerful to be able to play on your opponent's turn.
Yep.
Do you see a pummel in hand?
Yep. So we're going to get 1 Seismic Pop. See
I
if
don't
Jamie
know
can...
if we'll be able to play the pummel.
Yeah, you know, I see, we see the pummel, but Jamie's going to really have to find a way to get this Pulverize out of his arsenal. It's going to be really difficult to be stuck there.
Just force speed to Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
Just get it out of there.
I don't think B is going to give him that option.
Probably not. B does run 3 Command and Conquers, and 3 of those, 3 Command and Conquers, 3 Findle's Fighting Spirit, Raging Onslaught, Wounded Bolt, Scar for Scar. You've got those big attacks that are in Icelander to chip down that Bravo, but when you're playing Bravo, your attacks are so big, you don't want to be taking cards out of your hand to try and AB. So we see the Tectonic Plating activation, pitching the Inspiring Vantage, yes. Yep. And just a Nothos.
Yep.
Pitching 3. We do have a Pummel.
Pummel does say 2 mana, pump a hammer, cause a discard. So we'll see.
Found a way to be able to play that.
It's that old 2 resources, 1 card in hand.
Let's see if B says the magic words.
Well, just deciding how does B want to move forward with this. He has the equipment. Purposely went in with this Iron Rock Gauntlet, being able to block. So if he, puts 1 card in front as well as that, attempting to do a full block on this hammer. But actually, is this hammer pumped? I'm trying to think if this hammer's for 6 currently with the cards that are in the pitch.
I believe it is 2 blues, right? To get the...
I think it's cost. I think if in the pitch zone, the cards are...
cost 3 or greater.
Right,
so it
which
gets
they
+2.
should be. We'll see if they can use... maybe we can remind them to use a die counter to show that it's going to be a 6. So B, considering a block, just trying to map out their following turn. What is worth it? And very clearly trying to decide, is this a bluff or is this in fact going to be a pummel that's, punished for the way that the block is going to be coming in. So B's definitely taking on this.
It is a 3 cost. Imposing Vantage. So it is coming in for 6.
Okay, yes. So be really thinking hard and choosing to make an action instead of, just prolonging the block.
Well, well, this Frostbite makes it so that you don't have enough to pay for the pummel if you don't do it right now.
Heads up play by B, deciding, you know what? I don't know if you're going to play the pummel, but now you can't play the pummel.
A being the 2, getting the Frostbite, Waning Moon coming in for 3. Just maybe, pitch the. It was a red pummel too.
I'll pump. I'll AB 1, and
deciding that taking the damage is a little bit worse than forcing that.
Yep. So it looks like B should be falling to 25 on this hit because I don't think we're going to have a block. Just pushing damage on both sides. Yep, looks like B just said, okay, yep, I'll take it. So even though there was some disruption on the side of Jamie's still able to push some damage.
With that Pulverize still stuck in Arsenal.
Yes, it's going to be a hard mountain to climb for Jamie to try to deal with this Pulverize.
Jamie has to just wait until he can get a 4 blue hand. We see, I see a Mangle, I see a Starstruck. A Starstruck is a great card, but in this matchup, it's really not amazing because Starstruck makes it so that their attack actions can't be played.
And be able to leverage this advantage, being able to always put together something that's going to cause hand disruption. So regardless, this 5 damage coming in, it's going to be hitting with this fused Aether Ice Vein. So there's going to be a decision, a discard or a pay resources or a being, some amount of combination of that will result in Jamie not being able to go to the turn with 4 cards in hand. And how much does Pulverize cost?
10.
It's gonna be difficult for sure to get this to come through.
You see this AB3.
And then
just
looks like
for
a
2.
pitch for the 2. Yep. So keeping cards, deciding just pitch it instead of discarding it. Try to keep card count high for the deck, and took 2 damage. So life totals are still, sticking at parity almost, but Jamie with the slight edge. But unless he finds a way to deal with his pulverized stuck, I think B's going to be able to keep leveraging this advantage.
Right, choosing bottom of the cards.
Yep.
At the end.
We'll draw up, and B's ready and itching to go. Okay, so Jamie's turn.
Gotta decide. I don't believe you can play the mangle here.
Yeah, so it's
I don't know how much mangle costs.
Jamie's doing a really good job of trying to always have this tectonic plating for that
mangle
turn.
costs 4. So the blue pitch with the seismic surge, it is
Yep.
coming in for 8, and if he deals 4 or more damage, put another minus counter on a equipment.
Yep. So
Destroy target equipment they control with a minus counter.
So
this is a Storm Striders.
Yep.
You have to block it. Otherwise, your combo piece kind of just isn't there, and you don't get that usefulness out of it.
So B now, this is a must block, So it looks like we're going to get 2 cards blocking to prevent the crush. Okay, crush is 4 or more. So taking 2, crush not activating, Striders not in any danger. There's no danger of a pummel coming over the top. So perfect information on the side of B, and smartly blocking to just take a couple damage, but not having any issue. Now we've noticed that Jamie has typically always been making sure to do this tectonic plating activation to try to hope for a turn where he's going to be able to have at least 1 seismic surge to help him pay for this pulverize, but choosing to try to attack the Striders and put some pressure on.
Gain a life, right?
Yep. Yes, B is at the lower life total. Will go from 23 up to 24 because of that life gain, and now coming in for 7. Okay, B just trying to push some damage back Jamie's way, and now this might be an opportunity, depending on Jamie's hand, to say I'll take the 7, I'll fall to 20, and I'm going to go to my turn and be able to do this pulverize.
Yeah.
But
that's if there's no disruption in in B's arsenal.
Right, and that's the
There is
only
no
thing.
seismic surge, though, however, to react
Correct.
to. So when you play this pulverize, you're going to be able to get it in for free. There's nothing that the Icelander can try and tax you on unless you do activate that tectonic plating first.
Yep. So tectonic plating, though, when you activate that, that's only going to be active for the following turn.
Correct.
So
It's just something that can be reacted to. Okay, so we are blocking. We're blocking 7. Or 6, because that's a 2 block.
Yep. So full block on the side of Jamie, just choosing, what does our tectonic plating has? Is that battle worn? So it's just going to get a -1, has 1 block left in it. Still gets to stick around.
Battle damage.
Yep. What?
Battle damage.
Battle damage.
Yeah.
Battle scars. Yep. So he will activate that seismic, that plating, get the seismic for the following turn, and is just going to be sending in the Anthos.
And block you with the CLF.
Yep. So looks like 3 damage should be going the way of B. So should be falling to 21.
CLF is good, but in this matchup, it is less effective when you're only sending 1 attack. You're really only doing 1 thing per turn. You're not trying to send in
It's
lots
a single
of little.
tax versus, say, like a Katsu or a Dash who's doing multiple things in a turn,
And a scar for scar.
So that's going to get go again because B, again, is the lower life total player currently.
And I do believe I saw Wounded Bull also in hand, so this is 4 from this, and
there would be 8 coming in.
Yeah.
Because even with the 4, if Jamie takes it, fall to 23, Wounded Bull still active, would be a follow-up for 8.
Oh, it's actually an Unlightened Strike,
yes.
so 7.
Okay. Yep, most likely we would see a 7 come in. So Jamie just deciding, is this the turn that he wants to try to get this pulverize out? That's been stuck since almost the first or second turn,
The first turn.
It was first turn.
First turn
Yep.
played the pulverize for the setup and then getting it frozen.
Yes. And that's,
Taking 4, going to 23, and then sending that E-strike for 7.
And yes, that is what it is. Yep, +2 has been called, so it will be the 7 coming in.
We do see a Crippling Crush in hand, which is such a good card.
I think I also see a Showtime possibly for a really good strong setup to try to deal with this Pulverize as well, because you'll get an additional card on
Right.
that.
You get an additional card. You can just search for a blue
Yep.
and just find that, put it in your hand. Excuse me.
Yep. So we will see the choice. How does he want to do? How does he want to maneuver this? Considering a block for sure at the moment. Jamie had a healthy life total of 23, but say a no block on this, you're going to be falling to 16. I think around 12, 13, it becomes a really, really dangerous area against a Icelander still with Striders available. So you don't want to, you want to try to keep this high life total. Definitely important to block, but it's only a 2 block. So we'll be taking 5, falling to 18. Okay, so Jamie choosing to block with a red. Hopefully he's able to, most likely use a blue, play the Showtime, get a card, prep for the following turn is what I anticipate, but we'll see how he wants to move forward.
And B decided to respond to the Seismic Surge, getting that Insidious Chill out, giving a Frostbite, which will be taxing, right?
Yep,
That's
absolutely.
what Icelander's doing, just disruption, trying to make sure that the Bravo can't play anything.
So
Deciding.
Jamie choosing.
That's the hard part about that Seismic Surge, is that the reaction can be to the Seismic Surge, and you have to kind of decide.
Doesn't get to start the turn with a play.
Right.
Always allowing it to be an our turn play. So, Crippling Crush in hand. We'll see what else Jamie has. Like I said, I believe it was a Showtime, but I'm not 100%. Yep, definitely playing all the Showtimes. And he's choosing to pitch the Showtime, so we'll see what else he has. What's the final card in hand?
I believe it was a pitch to the tech plating.
Oh, yep, he activated the tech plating, and it will be pitching
For an
Cranial Crush.
Althos.
So now, keep in mind that Showtime is a 3 cost, so Hammer.
Coming for 6.
Yep, Hammer active. So, and B, it looks like, says, okay, we're going to go from 21 to 15, and
Jamie's kind of just hoping for this Crippling Crush next turn. It's just so unfortunate, this Pulverize all game, stuck there, can't move it, and this is another card's out of hand, and we see a Cold Snap in hand, which we know is going to come back out.
And the Fuse, okay, the Fuse triggering the Insidious Chill,
yes.
so that's even an additional, really got a stranglehold on Jamie here, not letting Jamie get an untouched turn. Decisions first for the Insidious Chill to either pay 2, or, which looks like we will be getting a pay, so 1 resource left, followed up with 5 damage coming in, deciding on whether we're going to be A-Bing 3 of it, or any number of it, but there is going to be a hit trigger on that for a discard or pay 2. So Jamie just deciding how he wants to handle this.
Trying to decide, do we use more AB for this Aether Ice Vein, stop some damage?
Right, being at the life total at 18, every damage now becomes more and more important because we're getting into a dangerous range. So Jamie definitely understanding the severity of the position he's in, and really taking his time to decide how do I turn this game around.
Crippling Crush. There's you just have to.
That might
maybe just pitch it.
It might just be a discard because it's a red. It might just be a discard to pay for the hit from the Aether Ice Vein.
Right.
Looks like he's gonna pitch for 3, so it could be AB 3. He's gonna AB 2.
Take 3 and then just pay the 2 extra for the. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So choosing to keep Crippling Crush in hand and another card. But life totals 15, 15.
Right.
Very, very close game so far, but it just still seems like B has just had this advantage this whole game of being able to essentially negate Jamie's arsenal the whole game. Really difficult to deal with.
This might just be pitch 2 cards, play an Althos.
Yeah, just
6.
maybe come in for 6. Potentially that might be.
But we know there's a cold snap in our arsenal, right?
Right. So, but cold snap really not valuable because guess what? Pulverize ain't going anywhere anyways, you know. But the value is starting with a frostbite, on the side of Jamie's. But we'll see if B wants to go that route. So it looks like we're not going to have activation. We are just going to have a pitch for the hammer, crippling crush, and that buckling blow. So should be coming in for 6. Yep. Thank you for the die. But 6 coming in. B using a resource from his tunic. Looks like gonna be playing most likely this cold snap, considering choosing, no, maybe I don't want this resource. Making a decision. So just thinking this through. And we're just gonna go to blocks, putting this Raging Onslaught in front, choosing to take 3, falling to 12. No danger of a pummel or anything like that. We will see Jamie just pass the turn. Looks like we just need an update on the life total from that hit. And he will play this cold snap. Not super valuable right now, but essentially just clearing out his arsenal space. Getting the
Jamie laughed. He was like, okay, freeze the
I allow it.
I guess.
I allow it. That's fine. And watch this be the turn that he could play it.
Right.
But essentially just B wanted to cycle, decides to, hey, Jamie, you want to see this other card in my hand? Fumbles it. But,
whoops.
Yeah. So following up from this cold snap, most likely is going to be...
Again. So there's, another Aether Ice Vein.
Yep.
Pitch the Warmongers, fuse it.
Triggering Insidious Chill.
Just so much, taxing and taxing.
So Jamie now has to decide, how are we going to deal with this? So first, resources coming off.
Jamie
resources
does
needed for Insidious Chill.
Warmongers Diplomacy. Interesting.
Yep. So I believe he's playing 2 Warmongers. Yep. So we're going to start off with a blue pitch. Yep. Yep. So it's a discard or pay 2 on Insidious Chill. Jamie choosing to use 2 resources, has 1 floating, and now looking at a fused 5 damage Aether Ice Vein coming in. So again, this is going to draw more cards out of Jamie's hand. Just choosing, what am I going to AB? I have an option of ABing up to 3, and then still having to discard or draw.
And we don't have that tectonic plating to that was used last turn. There was not a use for it, so there's no seismic surge coming in.
Nope.
Which is fine when it comes for Icelander cannot react to it.
I think.
However, when you don't have as many cards in hand with this constant onslaught of damage, you're just you have to try and.
I think Jamie's goal right here is just trying to make it through this turn and at least try to be able to put a hammer attack through, with this limited amount of cards in hand. So we'll see. It looks like he's ABing 2 because he'll go up to 4 resources, AB 2, fall to 13, and then have the following 2 resources to be able to pay for the hit trigger from the Ice Vein. So I believe Jamie has no resources now. Oh, no, he chose to keep 1 resource and actually discarded for the Ice Vein. So interesting to see what this single resource will be used for. It might just be, I believe this is, I was under the understanding that it was B's turn, but maybe this is Jamie's turn and he wants to activate this tectonic plating. So.
No, it is B's.
Yeah, so I'm wondering what this single resource is for on the side of Jamie.
just passing.
Okay.
Maybe for the waning moon, for potential AB, if that comes through.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like he could have used that for another instance of AB. That's interesting. All right, well, we'll have to see exactly what kind of happened there, but looks like Jamie will just be looking to move to his turn.
Maybe pitch an Othos, just keep swinging the hammer.
Yep, if it's a blue, and if,
I don't, it has to be a blue, right? Oh, no, okay.
So just maybe not. So we'll just draw and pass. So B getting all cards ready to come at Jamie and is going to just push this pressure. So it does have go again, B at 12. So just has that ability, to keep it. Now, the follow-up, if Jamie lets us through, B will have the higher life total. But to start, 4 go again, coming in.
This is not a great hand for AB either. We see a Crippling Crush, we see a Starstruck.
Yes. So red, yellow.
You're gonna have to block with one. Yeah, the Crippling Crush, because that's a red. That doesn't give you AB at all.
We're not going to be able to use it. So it's most valuable right now as a 3 block. So it looks like 1 will be coming in most likely, unless he chooses to block with the Tectonic Plating. But Jamie, as of right now, I think that's what they're discussing right now, if the plating's going to come in. And I think it will be. Yep. So it's going to be a full block, keeping Jamie at the 13 life total.
Pummel.
And the Raging Onslaught is the follow-up. That's going to be coming in for 7, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Which is fine. This wasn't a great blocking hand, or AB hand, so at least this is something that he doesn't have to worry about pitching his entire hand to.
And there is that double block, Starstruck, and
taking the 1.
Another. Yep. So falls to parity, 12-12. And so, although the life totals say that the game's pretty even, I have to say I think it's definitely favoring B's side because he's got all the tempo, all the pressure, and you know what? 12 is a very dangerous range. Strider's ready to go.
Cornet Peak is there. Still, we've got the Insidious Chill proc.
Yep.
You can for the next Aether Ice Fiend, right?
Yep. The next fused. I was definitely expecting Cornet's Peak to be used, but B hasn't needed it. All his disruption has been these Insidious Chills and being able to fuse these Ice Veins. So it looks like we're just going to be on Jamie's side, get a Tectonic Plating activation. We'll get the Seismic Surge for the following turn. And then looks like we'll see what the follow-up is. Looks like there's just some clarification on table side, just making sure that they had no issues.
B is trying to respond to the Seismic Surges.
Yep.
Yeah, no cards in hand to pitch to.
Yep.
We do have some damage coming in.
Yep, so B says this is our turn. We're just going to try to get you a Frostbite, prevent you from being able to do anything on this turn, hopefully. Just some more form of disruption. It's not enough as far as a fuse to get the Insidious Chill trigger, but there is going to be damage coming in and a Frostbite trigger. Yep, no fuse on that, so Insidious Chill is not an issue currently. So it looks like it's 2 damage, so Jamie will AB some amount of that. I believe he had 2 available, so he'll just AB both of it. And then after this sequence, he will have a Frostbite on his side moving forward.
I mean, it's on Jamie's turn, so it's gonna go away. There's no Frost Hex to worry about extra damage, but that Waning Moon is coming in.
And looks like he will just be taking that 3.
And he still has 3 cards in hand on their turn. So this is just so much just constant hitting, making Jamie take cards out of hand.
Yeah, I think from turn 1, Jamie has just been at a very large advantage of essentially having to play this game a whole arsenal slot down.
Yeah.
So.
That heave on turn 1 was looking so good.
Yep.
Almost a
Very strong
dominate,
start, typically.
pulverize,
Yep.
and then that freezing of the. That's the hard part about that card. There's so much upside, but that downside of not being able to get that out of your arsenal if you can't pay for it.
And this is the frustrating part of playing these Icelanders. Is there's this, they leverage these advantages and just it's all about disruption. And honestly, this has got to be a miserable game to be playing on the side of Jamie. Just like so frustrating,
Right.
But still not out of it. It's a very difficult mountain to climb at the moment. So it looks like he's going to be doing some AB against this Aether Hail coming in, and then B follow up with a Waning Moon 2.
Which, I mean, Jamie has 3 cards in hand. This could be, and 2 Seismic Surges. This could be a Pulverize if there's enough blues in hand. Maybe take the 2 and hope. The only issue is that there can be a reaction to that Seismic Surge and potentially tax Jamie on his turn.
So it looks like...
Oh, it's 2 reds.
Yep, not enough to do do something on this turn. So Jamie just opting to, you know what, I need to stem the bleeding. We'll just AB the 2, just stay at 8. It's dangerous enough as it is. Don't want to fall to 6, and we're just gonna, concede the turn and just move from there. So Jamie, moving to his turn, getting the Seismic Surge, B deciding, do I want to respond now? And
just
says
passing
no.
through turn.
So Jamie just draw, pass, go, and B takes his turn. So looks like we're going to start off with a 4 damage coming in, most likely getting a fuse.
Oh.
We do, triggering Insidious Chill. And so the first trigger is a pay 2, so he will, instead of a discard 1 resource. Now, if he pitches a yellow or a blue, can AB up to 3 damage.
We see an Emeritus Scalding in B's hand. It's a blue, I believe, so that's probably gonna be arsenaled and played on Jamie's turn.
Yes, there might be as soon as JB goes to make a play, we might have an interruption of B going, depending on what he draws.
You.
Right. B will most likely play the Emeritus Scolding. That would deal, I believe it's 4 on Jamie's turn.
Jamie's going to 6. It does 4 damage on Jamie's turn.
Correct.
With the Waning Moon, we have 7 damage. If Jamie pitches his entire hand to play something, then we can just see B kill. Yep,
and also B has Strider still. So depending on what he draws, he can be even more than that. So this is very, very dangerous territory for Jamie. B definitely in the commanding position here. So looks like Jamie was able to AB. Looks like he will be staying at 6, and
just arsenal and
B's gonna arsenal, draw up, and
Jamie's got 2 cards in hand. This might be a pitch. The problem is you're at 4.
Yep.
If you pitch 2 cards,
just swing and hammer.
Just pitching 1 card.
Yep.
All right, 4
so
hammer.
4 coming in. Now is the time. Does B want to do anything? Jamie deciding, keeping a card in hand to kind of signify, hey, this is at least 3 damage I can prevent if it's a blue. So B deciding, just going to do a defense reaction, choosing to cycle card, maybe getting something else so he can try to go for the kill.
Now the thing is if you try and wait for that Emeritus Scalding on your turn, we
taking
don't wait.
full value.
Yep.
We're going to come for 4 damage here.
And popping the Striders to then also hit with a red Aether Hail. Yep.
And that's it. Yep, that'll be just too much, just too overwhelming. Be really well played, being able to just leverage that advantage he got from turn 1. Definitely the story of this match.
Yeah, it's just so taxing.
With that, great job of both players. Well played on all. We do have our backup match. We're going to switch over to right now, and this is very familiar faces from yesterday and the Dromai mirror. So
we have Derek and Sean. We did see Sean yesterday.
We'll get an update on life totals hopefully soon. We'll see where we are at.
Yeah, and this is, we kind of saw this yesterday, so we did see Sean with 1 Burn Them All, 2 Remembrances, going for that late game, 6 blues, pitching for those big dragons.
So looks like both players are doing Remembrances. Neither player playing all Burn Them Alls. One has 1, one has 2. But Sean is choosing to play the Warmongers, whereas Derek is not. So we'll see if that ends up playing into anything here. And it looks like
Also,
Derek's going to start with a rake.
A rake.
Yep.
Also, on top of that, in Derek's deck list, he does not have any sigils. No sigil of solaces, which yesterday we saw that was very impactful. That 9 life gain total that Zoe had going into each game just was so impactful. Sean has 2 or 1 sigil.
Actually, Sean dropped. Did have to move to 1 before the tournament had started. So definitely looking like these players choosing to move away from that and move into, Remembrances. You can get them back. Things like, we talked about.
You can't get them back if there are none.
Yep.
And it's also not an action card.
So,
we see Remembrance already coming to play. We've got Sean has his only Burn Them All out. So that is hopefully some good damage. And Derek is at 2.
I'm going to say, yes, we got confirmation on those life totals updated now for us. So, yeah, because they completely changed sides. So
Derek is at 2.
Yep.
And when you've got that Burn Them All and no AB, except for, I guess you do have your Ashwing. So there is some AB there. But that's going to take a card out of hand to force you to AB that Burn Them All damage if there's a attack. We see the Azulais and a Tome getting shuffled back into the deck. We saw the Azulais against Rake the Embers. Azulais in the Dromai
just
mirror.
MVPs, just very, very
really,
strong.
Really good with cleaning up those Ashwings. Rake the Embers is such a powerful card, getting 3 Ashwings, 3 free damage essentially. And Azulai, with 1 attack, can kill an entire Rake the Ember.
Yeah, definitely has been the primary target for these Remembrances in these matchups. Very, very strong dragon. Also, it's blue. It is the best dragon.
Sure.
No bias here.
No bias.
Definitely,
We got a rabble coming in for Derek.
Yep.
Coming in for 4.
And
Azulai on top.
Yep. Speaking of the Azulais, Derek's going to be able to be getting his own shortly. Being able to still have these Ashwings available for this Burn Them All, being able to have AB, because at 2 you really need to, very, very dangerous territory.
And we've got a Dominia in hand for Sean. So
choosing to, looks like Sean's just going to be taking the 4 from the rabble. Starting to fall down with his life total, but still has a nice cushion to be able to, if need be, take that damage, keep card count high, and be able to try to force in these last 2 points of damage.
Oh, we're going to see
Necria follow-up.
Getting an Ash, attacking with 3 Ashwings, going to take the 3 damage, and then the Necria is going to be 2 more.
Yep, so looking like if there's no blocks or anything from Sean, it would be 3, should be falling to 7 here.
We do see an Azulai in hand, which at this point, do you clean up the Ashwings?
So, yeah, you have to ask yourself, do I want to try to get cards out of my opponent's hand because forcing him to AB, or do I just remove his AB, for a follow-up? And then make him have to answer the dragon itself.
Or play the Dominia. But with that Azulai, because that is damage, you can send you can send 2 Arcane with the Burn Them All and the Azulai, and then 1 at the Ashwing. And just a card out of hand at this point when you're at 2. Okay, so gonna decide to take out the 3.
Looking to clean up. Looks like Sean fell to 5. Looks like there was 2 more points of damage that we missed. Necri is two power.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay.
I thought so.
It could
I could
be
wrong.
4. But looking like Sean took 3, falling to 9.
Necri is 4. Correct.
Okay. Yep. So correct life totals. 5-2, and an army coming in. Really loaded the board. Asvali, Thamai, and Dromai coming into the red zone.
So like I don't need Dominia. We've got 3 other dragons. We're gonna flood
Yep.
the board and then
Yep.
make you have to kill my dragons, or you aren't gonna be able to pressure damage at me.
Yep. So looks like that will be just a end of the turn, and we're gonna jump it over to Derek and see how he can maneuver this, and what is the path to victory here. Both players at a very dangerous life total, and he's gonna start with a Dromai, and looks like that's gonna be very clearly going after the AB, the arcane damage first. Snatch is going to get a hit trigger on the Thamai, which is going to trigger, will draw a card, and then responds with a Asvali of his own.
We did see that on top with the
Yep.
rabble. So clean up the dragons.
Getting some damage into
Although
the
there
arcane.
are no ash wings on
Sean's side.
Sean's. Okay, so we do see a dust up. So if dust up hits, that's gonna make an ash wing. So we're gonna see a block.
Yep, it's gonna block, and so now no AB available.
And we see an Asvali in hand.
This
If there's only one way that they is I think that's game. Oh no.
looks like he's targeting attacking an AB here and maybe an AB to the hero. It should be triggering the burn them all. Looks like he is pitching to something.
Yes,
no, that was cleanup. Yep. So Sean able to hold on. It was when we came to the match, it looked like it was a 16 or 12 to 2. Just too far behind to be able to catch up was Derek, and Sean able to close that game out.
Right.
So
it was a great game on both sides.
Yep.
At least at the end there, Derek was able to kind of produce some damage, get those life totals a little closer, make it less of a blowout for Derek. But in the end, that Asvali, we've seen it with these
the
Dromai.
MVP in the matchups.
Asvali in these mirror matches, you just need those. You clean up the ash wings, especially when you have your only burn them all on the field. You need to use that to your advantage, and not having AB can be very detrimental.
Yeah. So 3 rounds in, we got 2 more to go before our top 8. So it's starting to thin the herd, and really we're going to be getting a better picture of what are going to be our top 8 today. Yesterday I believe we had, I think it was 4 Dromais, 3 Lexis, and an Icelander was our top 8. So,
correct. Yes.
Really telling of the field what they've been. So we'll start figuring that out shortly. So stay tuned for our following round. All right. Be back soon, guys. Thanks.
All right, and round 4 is just about to begin. We've got on our feature match, we've got Phi and Dash.
Yeah,
and then,
a good fun one.
Yeah, and
Come on, Dash! You gotta win it back. Win it back. Come on.
I'm just gonna root for Phi so that I can root against you.
Oh, okay. I mean, if you want to lose again, it's okay. I know I
won the
I
last
lost the
one.
first time, but
Okay.
listen, I gotta give it back to her. So.
And then we've got Lexi and Icelander, Beyond Icelander. This is the third.
This is round 4, so those 2 players are 3-0. We anticipate, the Dash and Phi are most likely going to be a faster matchup, and then we're going to hop back to them, and we're going to see.
B has been on the feature match for
yep,
the last.
Yep, B doing
this
well.
This will be the 3rd round.
So we'll be taking you into the matchup. They're just getting started right now. So
to be some quick games.
So Dash Phi. So
just who can outrace each other?
Yeah. It's going to be a bunch of attack, no blocks,
yeah,
and just
whoever
who can put out the
attacks
most
bigger.
for sure.
Yep. I mean, Dash does block a little bit more effectively than Phi does, but Phi's attacks are usually all free.
Phi can typically get more attacks through, but Dashes are normally more potent. And you get items on the side. So I can already tell you that the Dash is going to be starting with the Pounder out. Again, just want to be going as aggressive as possible. It has the Goliath Gauntlet.
This is our only, this is our only Dash and our only Phi, right? So these are they are
their sole representatives of those heroes.
And we saw Gabriel with the round 1.
Yep.
He's 2-1.
Okay, so
we saw
came back. Only lost to the living legend David Mink on Riptide. So just can bring it back, still in contention for the top 8.
Come into the game there. They've got all shuffled up. It looks like Dash is going first. What would you say? Who do you think should go first in this scenario if you have the choice?
There's always been the argument about what is more valuable is even though the opponent's going to be able to refill the hand, excuse me, what is worth it? To me, in this matchup, as Dash, unfortunately you don't get to see your hand first, but I like going first as Dash still, because if you can get a start with, say, a Spark of Genius, get an item out or something, it's a very, very good start to the turn.
We see a maximum velocity in hand. Do you think this could be a maximum velocity, or just Arsenal and next turn, no blocks and...
So max velocity is always really dangerous. You have to be really careful with it.
You don't want to get that stuck in your arsenal.
So just like we saw previously with the Bravo, I have had a max velocity stuck in my arsenal before. It's really, really bad. But it is the best way to help get it set up. So with that, we do have protection with the crown, but depending on what Phi can present, we just got to be careful if we do it. So it looks like...
it came in with the pistol, just blocked a card.
Yep.
Chose to arsenal that
free
maximum
blocks on this
velocity
turn 1
and pass.
Yep. Really, really important to not waste a counter on your Pounder by boosting on turn 1, because it just can get blocked out. So not worth it. So very smart. Maybe send 1 or 2 attacks. Not doing any boosting. Very, very smart on the side of the Dash player.
We see Kodachi come in, just take the 1. It's probably going to be a lot of, take 1. Maybe block that mask, the mask trigger, because that is something that gets advantage, and it will make Phi's attack even bigger.
Yeah, typically you always want to, sometimes it's hard to wait till the 3rd attack. Sometimes you want to kind of try to reset it by normally blocking the 2nd, maybe even the 1st, but really, really important to try to keep card count down and not let that mask trigger. So we'll see how Gabriel goes into this, and what if he can pay attention to that.
And potentially Phi didn't get an arsenal card, right? So going into this turn, so either Brandon has to play a 4-card turn, or maybe 3 cards arsenal and set up for the next turn to try and get that 5-card turn.
Yep.
We see the 3rd attack getting blocked with the
Technical Foundry Heart.
Foundry. Make sure you don't get that Mask of Momentum
trigger. Yep. We want to be able to slow the Phi down if we are able to. Definitely don't want to give them a free card.
Taking the 2 from the double strike. Oh, I don't know what that card is.
Let's see here.
I think it's...
Is that not a double strike, is it? No.
No, I think it's the one where like the hands are on the wall with the fire. I can't think
Yep.
of the name of the card. I can see the image.
Not Branson or Rising Resentment, Ronin Renegade, Soaring Strike. Not sure, but looks like our life totals. Gabriel definitely taking the hit from that, choosing to.
Right, but using
keep a
Goliath
full
Gauntlet already,
hand. Yep.
we're gonna see a big turn here.
Definitely going to be seeing our courier come in. That is your prime target for this gauntlet because it allows you to present 6 with an on hit and 8 with the pounder. So that gets it immediately over the 2-card block requirement, typically to prevent this on hit. And so if courier, combustible courier does make contact, it's going to pump the following card. So it's almost like getting a second pounder activation, you know, for the follow-up.
And just taking the 8, which is so dangerous because we know there's a maximum velocity that's probably in a payload. We see a Dominate, which in this matchup, Dominate's not going to do as much.
No, because again, it's going to be a lot of not blocking.
Exactly.
And we see Brandon just sticking with that game plan. It's like, all right, you hit me as hard as you can, and I'm going to do the same back. Max velocity, you know, you really need a good setup. Need, you know, resources, 0 cost attack. So, is that what is in Arsenal currently?
Yes.
Okay. So, Gabriel will definitely have to be paying attention to if he's going to be able to do a setup for it, and I wouldn't leave that in there long. So anticipating when he draws this hand, he's going to decide if he's going to be able to get this max velocity played, and if not, this might be a turn to be blocking with the crown and just get rid of it for now.
Exactly. You see in our first Art of War on Brandon's side, we saw in the Nikatsu matchup, that was a huge card,
Yes,
right? And
for sure.
We know Phi, it's no different. We're getting lots of little attacks that are free of cost and are going to get plussed.
Yep. So,
or buffed.
you know, Brandon's turn is going to be coming in with his Kadachi for 1 because, again, Art of War doesn't trigger that, so it's just going to be just 1 itself. But just keeping in mind the follow-up will be you know, Tiger Stripe Zuko will be triggering on the following attack. So Gabriel just need to pay attention, which here this comes.
Just taking it, take the 1, take the 1.
Yep.
Just 1 damage. What can go wrong?
Okay.
Blocking with, thinking about blocking with the Crown of Providence. Maybe saving it for that 3rd hit.
Yep.
Try to decide, do I want to recycle this maximum velocity in Arsenal?
If
you can't use it,
as a dash
figure it
player, if that hand allows me to cast max velocity, I would let the 5 player do 20 damage to me this turn and follow up with max velocity because it's just so
you
backbreaking.
know there's no blocking that's about to be happening from this 5. We
so
saw that with the 20 damage last turn.
Looks like both players sticking with this game plan, taking the damage. We're gonna have a rabble come in, and so this rabble is it's 4, and then
with the Art of War plus.
Art of War is 5. So
and you don't want it to hit. You don't want that mask.
Correct. So this most likely would be
be
a card and a crown, and
recycle that maximum velocity.
Most likely, if we are blocking, the 3 cards are not going to be enough to make this max velocity happen. So you know what? He's choosing no. I want to keep this max velocity. He chooses to cycle a card in hand. Maybe still really hoping he can get that out, and chooses just to draw something different. So we are getting that full block on the rabble with a follow-up. Is that a Blaze Headlong? Coming in for 5.
Yep. The crown trigger did not.
So he cycled out of his hand.
Okay.
He chose to, you know, keep the hope alive of this max velocity. Thinks it could be really strong in the matchup, and chooses to try to maybe fix the hand and make it available to him. So.
And then
looks like 4 coming through on the Blaze Headlong, following up with a. Is that a?
I'd say it's a Lava Burst.
Yes, which is the 4th in the 4th or higher on the combat chain. It is 5th, so it's going to get +4. So it's also an additional.
And then you get a Phoenix Flame.
Additional from the Art of War. Yep.
Clean up. We'll see how Gabriel can retaliate here. we did see some blocking, so. But I mean that mask trigger is very important. You don't want to give the Phi extra resources to come back at you with more damage. I think that's something that while Dash is sending lots of like big attacks at you, Phi's one up is that the long combat chain get to proc the Mask of Momentum, get card draw, and just keep going.
Yep.
And we see a spark, so probably gonna get this. Get the other pounder. We saw this already.
Well, I think if Gabriel wants to stick to this max velocity plan, we might be seeing a core here. So that is because it was cast for 0.
Right.
So we just had a throttle hit with the pounder. We have one more turn with this pounder. So we're just going to flood the board with some items and really set up to do strong play. There will be a card draw because there was a boost from the spark, but again, Arsenal's already taken up, so it won't really be significant. But this will finish this turn, and ending this turn with a resource. I feel like there, maybe a miss. Maybe we could have loaded that pistol before doing the spark. But that's okay. That's going to be minor. I don't think the pistol is going to be as important in this matchup as that max velocity. So we'll see if Gabriel can leverage these extra resources he'll have the following turn. And so choosing, so this might play into why we still see that resource. Gabriel decided to pop his Achilles accelerator right now, wants to be aggressive. So because we use the action point on the Spark of Genius, that's gone. It doesn't have go again. So he received an action point, and it gets to continue with a 0 to 60, okay? So that's going to be coming in for 4 with go again because we boosted. And that means there might be an additional follow-up. So we boosted, let's see here, we boosted twice this turn. So there is the pistol load and attack, okay? So Gabriel's like, no, don't worry. We know what this extra resource is going, not going to waste, does get that pistol shot in. I was not expecting that Achilles accelerator pop, so heads up play by Gabriel. Nice job there, maximizing damage output. For sure. Just getting to use all cards.
We know this is a race, and you really have to just, keep the aggro up, because on your next turn, if you can max velocity, Brandon's at 9.
Yep.
And with 4 cards in hand,
yep,
you're not going to be able to block that, especially as a ninja, when your blocks are mostly 2s.
Yep. So
we do see a Teklo core in hand, which is a blue, so will pitch, but
yep,
does not block.
Yeah, Gabriel just definitely able to, he drew that, he drew that 0 to 60 off of that Spark of Genius, so just able to take advantage of not being able to put in the arsenal. So very strong play. So back over to Brandon. We got a Brandon with Cinderclaw, forcing, following up with a Draconic Kadachi now. And then we are going to have a block, I believe this is the second block with the Teklo Foundry Heart. And then, again, another attack coming in with the second Kadachi, which won't trigger the mask because it's not a played card. It's a weapon, an action card. So Gabriel just deciding what his outs are, what he wants to do. I think they're double checking something with the pounder maybe from the previous turn. Nope, it's still around.
Only boosted. It's only second turn. Technically, Gabriel's third turn, but did not boost on turn 1.
Yep.
Chose to arsenal that maximum velocity.
So we are going to be another brand with Cinderclaw coming in, which that
won't trigger the mask just yet.
Nope.
Still got one more before the mask trigger.
The block on the second attack, always a good route to combat that mask. It's always risky trying to block the third because you don't know if there's going to be a razor reflex coming in at all. Doesn't see one. There might be some other type of pumps.
I mean, Art of War is an instant, but if you're going to use Art of War at the beginning of your turn, not at the end.
Yep. So this is the third. So now this becomes the important block. preventing that mask trigger. So we'll see. Yep, recognizing that, Gabriel will block with the T-bone, and then Brandon will just follow up with the Phoenix Flame, getting
And
punked
just
from the
take the
Tiger
two.
Strike
Yep.
Zuko. Yep. So Gabriel will fall to 12, but Brandon is at 9. So we'll see. This is dangerous territory now. So
We'll get the Teklo,
Yep. You're
Teklo
gonna
core.
you're gonna get the 2 resources. You have 3 cards in hand. If there's 0 attacks, you could get a max velocity turn, but
Have an
instead
high octane.
we're gonna try to leverage this pistol on this turn most likely.
And we do have that blue from the Teklo core
Yep.
to pitch towards it.
Yep, so it's going to replace itself. You'll draw a 3rd card, and now most likely we're going to see some 0 to 60s get into the red zone. We'll start with a zipper hit using that single resource he has left, which will boost the T-bone, and trigger should be gaining him an extra action point. So it looks like a blue zipper hit, so this should be coming in for 5. Yep, coming in for 5 with go again. Action point gained from
Teklo
the high
Pounder
octane.
gone.
Yep. And so we'll see. Brandon at 9. This becomes blocking territory because he's still got 2 cards in hand.
2 cards in hand.
We
We
know
do
it's
have that Teklo Foundry Heart too to get some extra
resources if
yeah.
need be to be able to, which is likely we're going to see. Gabriel has a choice. He has, looks like, a 0 to 60 for another attack, which would be another resource, another action point, pushing damage, and then it's either play the core to have even more resources, or it's pitch it and get multiple attacks in with the pistol, which most likely I could see be very a good choice with
Right.
Brandon falling to 4 right now, deciding to no blocks on that zipper hit. So
Yeah,
this,
use that pistol. Put damage for it.
I
Use
think that's a red 0 to 60, so that should be 4 coming in. Choosing to, let's see here, Brandon's falling, he went from 4 to 2, so maybe it's only a blue. But we are getting a pitch. So we're going to be loading this pistol. Should have 2 extra action points. So we should be ending with 3 action points currently, which means we can shoot the pistol 3 times, each one being a lethal attack. So Brandon needs to react accordingly. So we're going to get...
block with a flame scale.
Yep.
That's not bad. That's not bad at all.
Yep.
And then when we load though, that also breaks the chain.
Yep, the chain is broken every time we load this pistol.
Right. Which
but
you
it's,
can re-block.
Correct.
You go down to 1 though, so that's it's a little scary.
Yep, and there's going to be an additional attack. Should be a 3rd attack
And
from
with
this pistol.
the tearing shoot go.
Yep.
So you're going in. Brandon probably feels fine right now. I mean, maybe at 1, but you're about to attack with a handful of cards.
Possibly, but we're in range where this pistol now every time we attack is a lethal attack. So it's
You're Ronin Renegade.
right. Brandon's on the back foot now. He's going to have to be blocking. He's losing his equipment. I think Gabriel's got this upper hand. I think he's going to be able to get it because I see a payload in hand. That is a 6 dominate. I think if Gabriel
We just have to see if there needs to be blocks here.
Yep. And Gabriel, all Gabriel needs is, this is going to be 2 resources from the Teklo core on his turn. We'll be able to play that payload regardless of if he has to full block the other 3 cards. So this could be a huge turn.
And no equipment. So
Yep.
at 9.
Yeah.
Again, aggro matchups, just attack, attack, attack. No blocks, and hope you can just outrace them.
So, yep, we're going to block with the throttle, block that full 3. It's the 2nd attack. Again, very smart, trying to prevent these mask momentum triggers. But most likely we're going to get a double Kodachi for a 3rd from Brandon. Let's see where he's going to start. Yep, we're going to pitch. Go Kodachi coming in for 1. We'll see, most likely just taking that. Yep, we're going to go to 8 and likely a 2nd Kodachi and then threaten the mask hit with a 3rd attack.
Oh, we're
Ooh, no.
going with searing flame? No.
It's not a...
strike? I think it starts with an S.
Yep.
Something like that.
But that's going to be coming in for 5. So we are going to get a block here, most likely taking 2. Choosing to... Oh, it's probably going to hit and destroy the arsenal, which, you know what?
fine.
We're okay with that right now with our hand. This payload might be the difference maker. So Gabriel falling to 6. That's going to be Brandon's turn. We're cleaning up. And let's see.
Unless there's a defense reaction, which I don't believe. Brandon does run some sink belows, but I don't know.
I don't think you play them in the matchup. It's tough to say. I think you have to be more aggressive.
And if it was, I think it would have been played last.
Potential. Yep. So
we got a 0 to 60 coming in.
Wow, and an additional attack. Yeah, this additional attack is going to be
because
very
then
strong.
You take the mask of momentum.
You lose the mask of momentum. This might be enough.
Right. You got 6 dominate, and
that is it. Yep, absolutely. That payload was enough. Great planning, great maneuvering on the side of Gabriel. Very close match on both sides, which it always is. It's sometimes it's the luck of the draw, and Gabriel was able to leverage his advantage.
Could not find, only found 1 Art of War, so that's unfortunate on the side of Brandon.
But you know what happens? -1, and props to the Batgirl sleeves. You know, redheads for the redheads. I'm all about it. So we're going to switch us over to the Icelander Lexi matchup. So we have both these players 3-0. We'll have to get an update on their life totals.
Scar for Scar coming in 3.
Yep, and it looks like I think they are. So B at 3 in dangerous territory versus Michael on the Lexi. And here comes a hamstring to block the Scar for Scar. Frailty gone. And B will just Arsenal and pass the turn. So over on Michael's side, we'll see if they can put together some form of attack that can really keep disrupting B and take this home. So we're going to get an activation from the trench. We're going to cycle that through. Remove that.
Resource.
And in response, we get a CLF on the side of B, trying to stem the bleeding, trying to do some disruption. And we're going to have to see a pitch of this Rain Razors.
To the Voltaire.
Looks like an activation from Voltaire. And so Frostbite there. So that should be a full cost. There might be a little bit of confusion on when that Frostbite was there. Because that...
Should be 2
so
extra,
what is trench?
Correct?
What's trench?
Trench gives you an extra point.
Resource.
Resource, yes.
Okay, so no, we were at correct because it was a resource to activate Voltaire, and then Rain Razors was pitched to help cover the extra cost. So that's why there was 1 left. Yep, no, we are good. So then Drill Shot will be coming in, gets blocked.
I mean, Storm Striders are still up, so we do have that potential of maybe B can string together a good turn.
They're going to start with a Fighting Spirit, Fendels, and will gain a life. So should be, although they just lost a life. So I think that was a loss of life from the attack the previous turn, but they should be gaining 1 from Fendels. But either way, coming in for 7, there was a block, and we'll just pass the turn. So Michael starting out with a Drill Shot, having to pay through the CLF. He was able to keep that around.
There's another CLF. We got a Scar for Scar. Got some decent cards. The problem is there's no card in Arsenal for B to play on the other turn unless they crack the Storm Striders.
B loves shuffling cards and
showing people.
That's a little mishap there, revealing a card. But we'll see if B can be deciding how is he going to go through this blocking phase. 2 life, not a lot of wiggle room for this. No errors can be made here. So, what is the play? B definitely tanking in the think tank, trying to decide how do I get out of this? Is it going to be, looks like it's just going to be a simple block for 3. Looks like that would be a 1 damage hit, but there's going to be a Shock Charmers, which will trigger that 1 damage to cause 2 damage to finish B off.
That's interesting. Why?
So now they're just discussing what
They have to pay. Oh no.
Yep, Shock Charmers can pay to be able to increase that damage. And so Maiko's going to be 4-0 now.
Yeah.
B falling to 3-1, but definitely not out of it.
No.
B definitely still putting on a strong showing this weekend. You know, most likely wins this last one, they will definitely be able to make our top 8.
Yeah, it was in top 8 yesterday too, so
Yep.
it'll be.
Maiko almost certainly locked though
Yes.
on the Lexi, just to the strong Lexi.
See more Alexis in top 8. Are we surprised?
Yeah, we're gonna. No, not really. So we will. We'll definitely most likely get some standings up after this, and 1 round to go.
Yeah.
So.
Exciting. And then we'll open some packs.
Ooh, yeah, I didn't get to do that last time. So.
Didn't.
Um,
I'll take care of this before we open
Yeah.
packs.
Clean up the mess you already
I know. I said that. All right.
So.
We'll see you when we come back.
All right. Thanks, guys.
No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves. No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves. No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right. 3 of a kind resolves. No way, dude. I can't win a single game against you. It is so hard living with such a good flesh and blood player. Don't look at me like that. Yeah, I know I need practice. It's just hard when you beat me up all the time. What? You think I need to go to the Realm Rumble? And you also think I should outline exactly what the Realm Rumble is in case anybody watching doesn't know about one of the biggest flesh and blood events of the year? Okay, if you say so. Realm Rumble 2023 is a first of its kind, independently organized, 3-day-long celebration of all the biggest names in trading card games. If you love Flesh and Blood, then this is the weekend for you. There's going to be a $10,000 open tournament, a $5,000 team sealed tournament, and overall, $45,000 of prizes given out over the course of the whole weekend. If you like callings, if you like Pro Tours, then this is the event for you. It's going down December 1st through 3rd in Columbus, Ohio. Head down to the Realm Games' website, realmgames.myshopify.com, to get your early bird registrations in, and we'll see you at the Rumble. All right.
Welcome back, guys. We are about to start our round 5. It looks like this will be it before our top 8. We'll get that information to you as soon as we have it. But it looks like these two players, I believe their records are 3-1, should be locked for top 8 themselves, but playing for seeding, you know. So it's your favorite.
Dromai versus Dromai.
All right, so we're in for a slugfest. You know, we're anticipating seeing, you know, these Asvelais rake the embers, a lot of back and forth, clean up, and see who can get this, you know, advantage and creep to win this game.
Right.
So looks like we got players all set up. We're going to be switching over tableside, and we'll see these players try to get this last win of the day.
We see Derek starting off. Probably going to pitch to the gold, pitch to red. See, this is kind of an unfortunate hand. It looks like there's 2 possible blues. Oh, no, okay, so it is a red dust up. Dust up isn't particularly useful here. It is damaged, though, so it's probably going to be the one that they play. So get the gold, draw a card.
Yep, so small differences between these two players is Derek's going to have 2 burn them alls versus Noah only having a singleton. And it looks like no sigils in this matchup at all. So their life totals are going to be staying the same. It's going to be a slugfest. Noah does have 2 warmongers, whereas Derek does not. So we'll see if those come into play at all in this matchup. So
yeah, we see the Seeker's Mitts activation. This is the first time we've seen Seeker's Mitts in a Dromai matchup.
Yep.
So use the Seeker's Mitts, get an Ash, pitch then lane strike, and then we see an Embermaw Centipede coming in for 4, I think.
Yep, we'll have to get some confirmation on that. I think it's 4. It might be actually 6 because of the double block.
Yes, so it is 6. Don't want to let that hit, but yeah. Oh, it has Phantasm. That's why it's a 6.
Yes.
Yeah. So 6 damage coming in. Just gonna full block, draw back up to full hand. No card for Arsenal though.
Yep. So Derek definitely winning the Ash race. Currently, still has a lot of
I mean, it is only turn 1, right?
Yep.
So we're pitching 3 reds to create this Necria.
Yep. So
and when it comes in, you're gonna get the Ash.
Yep. So you know, just like that, Noah's gonna get a full amount of ashes. And to note, Derek was able to crack his gold right away, whereas Noah still has access to that. You know, on a, either a turn where it might be a little bit awkward for him. He has access to that. So we're gonna ship it back over to Derek's gonna be doing these rake the embers, and gonna get. Looks like he's gonna pitch one of his burn them alls. Try to keep filling the board up. Most likely,
yeah, there's
we're
only
gonna
2
see.
burn them alls, and with nothing in your discard pile, you're not really gonna get much.
Prioritizing getting this Thamai out and really, you know, as we've seen before, it's all about who can keep the bigger board state, you know, and keep clearing things up. So it looks like we're just gonna send in the dragons, and looks like there will be a block. Dragons will clean up the Necria, and the Command and Conquer will pop the Thamai. So great job being able to, you know, stifle that board state a little bit on the side of Noah, but those Ash Wings are still staying around. So we might be able to see a Nazvali clean that up, but
So we see a Mirror Guy come in,
just
gonna
clean,
attack a Ash Wing and just Arsenal pass.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a long game, right?
Yeah.
We're just cleaning up, trying to see if we could produce more damage. Do you see a Necria?
I see a Necria. I think that's
the Phantasming, the Metamorph, something, Miraging Metamorph.
Yep.
Uvia and Necria. And a Chromai.
Chromai.
Okay.
Chromai. Yep. So it looks like the Chromai is going to be the play for the turn. Looking for those action points, just as a protection. But looks like it's going to be going at the Miragi.
It's gonna play a Uvia, get a Ash Wing, attack the Mirror Guy. Has all these extra Ash Wings, can go right to the face, and yeah, that's a turn.
So, so Derek definitely have a commanding lead on this this board state. Let's see if going back over to Noah, will be able to clean this up and try to make some parity on this. Keep parity with the board state.
Right.
So, definitely still missing this MVP in this matchup. We
Our
have to see
Asvali.
an Asvali.
We do see a pitch of the Tomultai, though. Not able to get it out, which if you could have gotten it out this early, this would be a great time to just take your flame scale furnace off the board. But we're just playing some more dragons, getting a board state, cleaning up where we can.
Yep.
Might come in probably at the Ashwing.
Definitely players prioritizing dragon count over, getting these burn them alls down. It looks like, that's going to be the difference. So, we'll...
Got an Ashwing on start of turn from Uvia. Probably, we got Command and Conquer, Rabble, Yonderai, and a Dust Up from the looks of it. So probably going to get a Yonderai out. We also saw that yesterday a lot, too. The Yonderai was a big piece with this, having to take quite a few attacks to get rid of those, the counter.
Yeah, I definitely think that it's one of the higher value dragons in the matchup, being able to, essentially just take one whole more action to deal with. We've seen that's definitely can stifle getting the board states cleaned up easily, So, and that's what we're going to see. We're going to see the Yonderai come out and be able to stick around typically a little bit longer than the other dragons. We'll have a dust up, clean up. The Thamai.
It's going to hit. We're going to make another Ashwing.
Yep.
And then just bottom and pass.
Ship it back over.
We see a Remembrance in hand, just pitching to the gold. Remembrance isn't really great at this moment. Nothing in the discard pile to actually get back yet. I think we see a Cadaver's Contraband as well in hand. We're going to play the Uvia.
Yeah, Noah might need to dig a little bit, try to find, again, we still have yet to see any Asvali. Trying to see if they can get a little bit better play. It looks like it's just going to be an Uvia.
Yeah, get that Asvali, but also, Remembrance, that gold we haven't seen used yet, right? Turn 1, Derek used the gold to be able to get some ashes, get to play some things. The Cadavers is going at the Uvia, cleaning up the board. And then there's nothing to get back from the...
Yep. I see a Tomultai in hand on the side of Derek.
I don't see any... it's all reds, though.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to be able to see that.
And no tomes, so we're not able to...
Yeah, we have not seen a tome yet.
No. Have we seen a tome today? I think we saw one so far.
Earlier on, I think there was a Dromai that was able to play one, but no tomes, no Asvali. So definitely a little bit of a different look than we're used to seeing.
Right.
So we'll just have to see how these players are able to...
we see a tome on top,
we
so...
spoke a little too soon.
Next
There it is.
turn is going to be probably our first tome.
Yep. Try to, seeing that, getting that little bit of information. Derek might be able to plan to try to take advantage of this Tomultai in hand and do a setup with the tome. So...
Smart. Get the Kylori out, attack, force a block so you don't get a card. It's a popper, so it's going to go away. Arsenal and...
Tomultai going in Arsenal,
And with your tome on top, you once you see that tome on top, you realize, okay, I don't have to pitch this Tomultai. I think I saw 2 tomes.
Yes, 2 tomes in hand, a Thamai, and...
Which 2 tomes with the Tomultai in Arsenal is not a bad place to be, getting rid of that that flame scale.
So we see, two attacks having to go in and clean up that Yonderai, being able to get that board state of 4 Ashwings, but we'll see.
Now the question is there a popper in Noah's hand?
So we're going to see if Derek's able to go through with this and be able to get this Tomultai on the board. So we're starting off with the first tome, deciding on what our pitches are going to be.
Drew another tome. 3 tomes in hand.
Oh my goodness. But looks like that might be a little one too many.
There's no reason to keep a tome. You do have that Remembrance, so You might as well keep that tome there. So
I feel like
you can
that's a
play
scary
later. Yeah.
thing to see pitch, but and then he, Noah understands why. There's the other tome.
Yep, we got another tome. I mean, even in this scenario, you still probably don't need to play the other tome. You have enough with Flamescale Furnace to play your Tomultai. You're just getting extra value. You're probably going to play a Rake, get the Dromai out, and also be able to get that Tomultai.
What is Tomultai 4?
Tomultai is 5.
5?
Yes, Dominia is 4, I believe.
Okay. So we are seeing going up to 4 resources. Deciding to activate Flamescale. We're going to get a lot more resources.
4 more resources, which is great. We have 2 cards in hand. We're going to be able to...
Yep, 7. So...
Oh, we have a Yonderai. Got rid of the Dromai in hand.
Yep. Rake, Yonderai, and I believe, are we going to see the Tomultai right now, or we're going to start with a Rake?
Yeah, Rake makes the most sense. Get some stuff out.
Yep.
Rake. The Embers. Yeah, it does cost 1, so we'll go down to 6. I believe Yonderai is 1, so yeah, you'll be able to get that Yonderai out, hand the Tomultai.
Yes.
This is a very big turn. Being able to kill those, gets to play the Tomultai and attack.
Oh, was that a risky play if like his opponent had a popper and he decided not to play the Tomultai right away? What if his opponent happened to block?
I believe it says Tomultai says attacks a hero.
Well, I'm just saying if they popped one of the Ashwings.
You cannot pop it because they were going at other Ashwings.
Oh, and there was no blocking available.
There was no blocking available.
So correct on that. Yep. No.
That's why you come in after, you pop everything, then play the Tomultai.
Yep. And Flamescale down.
That's so powerful. I mean, there's a lot of Ash on Noah's side of the board, but it might not matter. This Flamescale, your ability to use Flamescale to get that, we just saw how useful it is on this turn. You need that for Tomultai with your Tome,
Right.
and when you don't have that, it's going to be
Right. You're
quite
not
difficult.
going to be able to take advantage of those powerful dragons if you don't have those resources available to you. So, Noah trying to find, a way to, get back into this game, trying to deal with this Tomultai,
Yeah,
and
we've
you're
got
going to
the
clean it up
Tomultai
with the
going,
dust up. Trying to get, the board state back in parity.
We know Tomultai doesn't stay around very long. It doesn't have a big butt, but it does.
But. So,
but. It does.
It did its value.
Yeah,
you
it
got
did.
the value out of it. You removed the Flamescale.
The question is, what is in hand? I thought I saw Command and Conquer from Noah, and if that's a Command and Conquer, then we're gonna be able to.
There's a snatch. There's
Gonna give it
a
go
hit.
again.
Looks like we
with
drew a.
The
Ember
Dromai
Maw.
gave a extra action point. You don't even have to waste your Snapdragons here.
Yep. Very, very heads up play.
You see a Dominia in the hand of Noah. We'll see if Dominia might be able to make a play. I see Remembrance as well. Still not a time to play Remembrance, but it is yellow, so that Dominia that is 4, it can pitch to play it. That's all you're going to be able to play on your turn with 2 other reds. That's why it's so difficult to get out that Tomultai. You need your Tome, you need your Flamescale Furnace to get out those big dragons.
For sure. So. Looks like.
Okay, so we're gonna see the Ember Maw. I'm surprised we didn't see that the Miraging Metamorph to get that big amount of damage.
Yeah, choosing just to go with that.
No attack with Yonderai either.
Deciding to, I think, be resource efficient and send that
Okay,
that
so we see
Miraging Metamorph
we
for
see
later.
A first Tome, so it wasn't a Command and Conquer. It was a Tome. We're gonna pitch 2 reds. Get 2 resources and then pitch that Remembrance. Get out your Dominia.
So.
Or possibly just try and get out something that'll attack dragons and clean up.
Yep. Deciding on what we are going to be pitching for this Tome and what the follow-up will be. So we are actually going to get rid of the Dominia.
Okay.
And a sand cover as well.
That makes sense. We need to start prioritizing getting rid of.
I picked up the sand cover. So they're saying like, okay, we might be having a little bit of a rewind here, deciding what is going to be the pitch.
right.
So it's
Oh, there
actually,
was
you
a
were right,
Command.
there was a Command and Conquer. So those are the pitch decided, and the follow-up will be, looks like
Dromai.
a Dromai.
Attacking the Dromai, getting rid of it.
Yep.
Playing that sweeping blow. We're going to get some Ash. And Kyloria coming at an Ashwing.
Yep. And I think we finally see our first Asvali in the hand of Derek.
Yeah. An Asvali and a Kyloria with a Rake. So
Yep.
it's going to be a toss-up. We definitely play... this is a toss-up because you could play the Rake and get a bunch of Ash.
Right. Asvali is much more valuable when your opponent has played their Rake or has a board full of these singleton Ashwings.
Right.
And so just going for the more valuable play here.
It still might be, it's a Kyloria.
Again,
Those late game Asvalis are going to be probably more important because we do have those remembrances. We know that we're trying to go for that late game, burn them all. Derek does have one more burn them all than Noah, so it'll be kind of interesting to see who gets it out first with a meaningful board state.
Yeah, Derek is able to put those in. No fear pitching those with having this higher life total. Can expect to be able to get back to those.
Oh, we got
later
another
on.
tome. Could this be a tonal type played?
So,
Huge butt, yes.
so there is the tome. We're going to pitch there and get our own Yenderai out.
Okay, so you got Yandere, killing the Kyloria. And then Mirror Guy cleaning up probably the Ashwings.
Get one back. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
There.
Getting rid of
Yep.
the counter on Yandere so that you can attack with your Snatch, make it hit, draw a card, potentially, okay.
Yep.
So no Snapdragons, just kind of deciding, now we're going to Remembrance, get those
Okay.
tomes
Yep.
back.
No action needed for that.
Yeah. And get the Rake, yeah.
Yep. Just
There's
checking.
no Asvali's.
No Asvali, so just value on those cards.
We do know that, but these get shuffled in, so
Yep.
you were hoping, okay, I haven't gotten an Asvali at all this game. Let's hope I can
Yep.
cycle through, get through the
But
cards
now
to get it.
the pitch deck is now erased, so we don't know. He could be shuffling those Asvalis back to the bottom, and so now, with both players having two sets of remembrances, one down, and you're not having those fourth, fifth, sixth copies of Asvali, with that singleton remembrance used, whereas Derek might be able to use those 4 Asvalis.
Right.
So we'll see if that's ends up being a difference in this matchup.
To be able to take out the Yandere, or the Mirror Guy, okay, there. The Cadaver's going at the Yandere, killing it, getting an attack action, or a non-attack action back.
Yep, which will be a tome.
And it goes on top, so it's something that you can stack it so that you're getting that tome. Maybe you have something in Arsenal that you want to see. We see our first Asvali on Noah's side.
Yep, he pitched one earlier, deciding it wasn't a great board state for it. But, yep, so Noah has one down.
Oh, we see the second Asvali. We were just saying there's probably going to be some Asvalis coming up, and I guess
there's 2 of them.
Yeah.
Which means that's going to be some damage coming up top instead of cleaning up dragons, and so Derek's going to has had a healthy life total up till now. Looks like we'll be falling down a little bit. Noah's still at 20.
Tie here, which
Yep.
Flamescale Furnace is still a viable option for Derek to use. We got the tome getting played. Oh, we see a Dominia. So Dominia could be played here. You still have that Flamescale. You pitch 2 to your tome. You pitched a Flamescale.
And he's got a blue in hand.
And you still have a blue in hand. And an Asvali. We could potentially see all 3 dragons coming out. If you pay 1 for the, it's gonna be a toss-up. You're gonna get
You're not
2.
1. We would go up to 3, 6 mana.
Well, the thing is, so you pitch. You would pay 1 into the
Yep.
Flamescale. You get 2 extra. You go to 3.
You go from 1 to 3.
You
You
get
net
6.
1, so you'd have 6 total. Asvalai is
Asvalai
1?
1? I think so.
I think it's a 1. We'll see.
I believe it is a 1.
So we're just probably going to start with that, going to 1. And
Gonna play the other 2.
yeah, I think that's we'll see if
Asvalai's gonna
probably just kind of shortcutted saying we're going to do the Flame Sail, we're going to net 1, and then
and
we're
we're
going to
gonna
follow up
attack
with these.
you. We're gonna hit you for 1 with each of these arcane. We're gonna hit your mirror guy. I'm gonna hit you in the face, and then Dominia is
Should be making contact. Should have to. What is this? Reveal hand and they take 1 or no? Doesn't look like.
oh, it
Dominion
attacked
went to the dragon.
Yes.
Yep.
it has
So we're
to
not going to
attack
have
the
that
hero.
trigger happen. They used it to just clean up the board state and has a dangerous looking board here now. And so Noah has fallen down to 18, almost half the life total of Derek. So Noah's got to try to figure out what are my outs here. How do I get back into this game?
Especially
definitely
with
a lot of pressure.
Yeah, a 17 point life point lead on Derek's
Now,
side.
as a reminder, both these players are already locked for top 8. They are playing for seeding, so it's not worst case scenario. But definitely, there's a little bit on the line. They want to have the better seeding, have a maybe better matchup.
You see a Remembrance pitched here, which we know there's 2 Asvalais in the bin, so that's going to come up later. Are we going to get it later at this point? But yeah, kill an Asvalai, kill a Dominia.
Yeah, definitely don't want to leave that Dominia
and then
sticking
Rake.
around.
Which a Rake here kind of feels okay. You're gonna attack the Asvalai. I'm like a Rake into the Asvalai is just
Right, but being able to clean that up. And so I don't think we've seen a Remembrance on the side of Derek, but now, there are 2 Asvalais at least, at minimum, in the bin now for them. Definitely would be a prime targets.
yeah, very true. Dromai mirrors are rough. Like, it feels like it. Honestly, it doesn't feel like it's this big of a life point lead. It has felt very very equal on both sides.
Well, it's definitely it's these small hits, being able to slowly get your opponent down, and Derek's been winning this race. He's been slowly chipping at Noah's life total and putting him on the back foot.
So we've got this Enlightened Strike. Looks like it's going to be pitched. Got a Kyloria, Dust Up, and another card that I can't quite see.
Just deciding how they want to proceed, and it is the pitching the Enlightened Strike to have this.
A sweeping blow.
Yep, sweeping blow. Looks like it's going to be coming at the Asvalai.
Asvalai, get an Ash, kill the Asvalai.
We know how important it is to deal with those. Trying to clean this board state up, down on dragons.
Right.
And the follow-up. Contemplating a dust up or contemplating on getting another dragon on the board.
Yeah, you can really you can't do both, right? You have to do one, and it's, do I get a dragon on the board and attack a dragon, or do I attack the face, get a Ashwing? Right here, probably Kyloria seems a little bit better because you get something on the board that has to be taken care of.
Yeah, but it's also
Well, okay, so
the fear of that is your opponent literally has the answer to it on their board state, and so I think that's why Derek has chosen to. You know what? We're just going to clean this up. We're going to try to keep my dragon alive.
In hand.
Yeah, we're going to try to keep my dragon alive by being able to play it down and clean up your dragons. That was we'll see how that works out.
Yeah, we see 2 poppers, so...
Is this the third tome maybe for Noah now?
I do believe so.
But I think he might have gotten one back from a Remembrance prior, so... As we said, these Dromai mirrors, I lost count.
Yes, the Remembrance with the multiple tomes.
So, here is a Kyloria on Noah's side, and we're going to start sending these Ashwings in right at face, trying to... start doing some damage to this life total, and try to, close the gap.
But doesn't pop it. Decides to,
No, I think
is
they're going to prioritize using...
killing the Kyloria.
Right, either that or using dragons on the following turn to clean it up and then send these
Well, you can't,
strong attacks
you
later.
have to block the Kyloria. You can't let Kyloria hit
That's fair.
because it's an extra card draw, and they have go again.
Yep.
And we still have a Yonderai that's going to attack. So
Well, with that, it breaks the chain, no more action points.
Right.
So definitely was a good pop on the side of Derek to prevent any more of a good play.
pitching the sink below, play Kyloria.
Yep. What do you think? You think we're gonna try to get that endurance counter, or?
There's an Uvia, so we're gonna get the Uvia endurance counter off of the Yonderai with the Ash Wing.
Yep. Definitely leave the 1/1s because they can't clean up everything on their own. Plus a follow-up Ash Wing, so definitely a heads-up play in getting this board state back on the favor of Derek. So back over to Noah, looking what he wants to do here.
So that's 2 Ash Wings. Derek has been having a hard time cleaning up Noah's side of the board, which we could have said, a couple turns ago when Derek had all of the Ash Wings and we were just waiting for an Asvalai to do cleanup. So I think there's only 1 Asvalai left in both decks, I believe. 1 Remembrance on Noah's side and 2 on Derek's side.
So full board of dragons currently on the side of Noah, being able to clean these up. Still has the Uvia left.
And has been able to function pretty fine without the flame scale furnace. We're gonna play a Cadaverous Contraband going at the Uvia, killing it, getting something back from the bin, maybe.
Yep. And interesting, is that a double sink below hand that Derek has?
Oh.
We'll see. It's not going to be great against this current board state. We'll see how he wants to work his way around with this kind of awkward hand right now.
Right, possibly just Enlighten Strike, give it go again, and then Cadaverous Contraband. Maybe just sending at the face.
Yep.
You need to start chipping some damage, and you don't want to spend these big attacks on something that's going to deal 1 damage.
You're staring down 5 Ash Wings, and not really a good way to clean this up. So, you can anticipate they're going to be coming in. Your life total is going to be, taking a little bit of damage. I think you got to work through these sink blows somehow. You can either, use Enlighten Strike, get rid of one of them that way. You could always, Arsenal 1, plan to get rid of 1 later on. It's just they're really awkward right now. They're good when they're good, but right now they're not helping you move forward in the game.
This is honestly, I'm surprised we're seeing a sink in this matchup. It's something that I guess both players are trying to be less aggressive, so a sink is fine. But we saw it with Zoe yesterday, how no sinks, just aggressive, and the aggressive plays, having those sinks in hand just kind of
what's great
hinders you.
What's great is these players they are locked for top 8, and they're just playing for seeding. Maybe it was a decision to say, hey, let's see how these work out in the matchup. Are they worth it for going into the single elimination rounds? So we'll see. Maybe it's just awkward because we happen to have 2 in hand right now, and there might be a change moving on. But perhaps they are what we want. So we'll have to see how it plays out for sure.
So this is coming in for 5. Chose to draw a card.
Looks like it was
Snapdragons.
Looks like it was 7.
No, it was 5. He drew the card.
Oh, he drew the card.
Yeah.
That's what it was. Okay, I was gonna say it's not go again. So I did not see the card draw.
Not go again. Drew the card. It's going to pitch to Cadaverous because it costs 2. You need to be able to pitch for it. And if you're going to use the Snapdragons anyway, might as well. We're getting a rake on top. And attacking the Cadaverous at a Ashwing.
Yep.
Thanks for tuning in, everyone, and interacting in the chat. Would love reading all these comments.
So,
Another rake. This is becoming quite hard to deal with, especially when it's in a light and strike snatch hand rake. So many ash wings that Noah actually ran out of ash wings. Oh no. To Warmongers, which in this hand is a toss-up because you can't attack with your two big hitters, or you can't play. So the plan is I guess come in with the snatch and light and strike on Derek's side. Not gonna play the Yonderai. Not gonna play the rake.
so it looks like we'll probably have a snatch coming at one of these dragons, but this Enlightened Strike most likely is, 5 go again?
Yep.
You know,
Get in the snatch. Oh my goodness, there's just so many ash wings. And we see a sink. Okay.
Yep. So, looks like any
Choosing not
cycle-
to sink a card, and coming in with a snatch at the face.
There is
Blocking
a
and
block.
taking 1.
Yep, so there is a trigger, so Noah will take 2 damage.
Just pitching to the flame scale. Get some ash. Doesn't need the mirror guy in hand currently.
And we have a Burn Them All, Command Conquer, and I know that was a
It's a
Miraging Metamorph.
Has sweeping blow coming in. Well, so there's a popper in hand. So the way that Noah's doing this, Noah just turns them all sideways. It's like, okay, I'm attacking for 7, but
Might want to rewind this
Derek
a little bit.
can
We'll
be
see.
like, I'm just gonna on your first one pop it and mitigate so much damage. Yeah.
Which looks like they will happen. So, one's gone. These ones do not get to attack.
Exactly, and that's so
That was
powerful
1, 2,
right
3,
now.
4, 5, 6. Could have been about 6 or 7 extra damage.
Right. Pitching the Burn Them All, gonna play a rake.
Yep.
Get rid of some of those
Definitely
ash
clean that up.
wings.
So 3 should be left over. Simple like that. So now we're at parity again. So
Is that
was
it's a Necria in hand.
Necria.
It could be, just
We're just gonna send 7 in.
7 at the face. Either you
Really
block
still
or you take it.
pressuring. Yep. And at the life total of 14, definitely 7 is not nothing. It's
That's half your life total.
yep. So here we go. We are gonna we're gonna have a block with a Necria over here. So it should be 4 damage coming in. Noah will fall to 10. The follow up into a tome.
We see a Burn Them All drawn off of this.
Yep.
And arcane damage might just be the way to start chipping away at Derek.
And pitching 2 Enlightened Strikes, just not the answer that he wants right
No.
now.
Now when you're at this high of a life total, you can just take it, not
Just
take cards out.
prioritizing dragons, which
Board presence.
what do we expect else from Dromais? So
Dragons, right. And Chromai, Thamai.
and we should know that last card in hand is a Burn Them All. So it looks
Not
like
gonna
it'll
play it.
just be an arsenal most likely for the turn.
There's a tome in hand on Derek's side.
Necria, Thamai, Chromai, and Tome. So
Gonna take all of it.
Yep.
Gonna take a bunch of damage.
Yep, going to
but
23, but
gonna
still has a healthy life total
Yeah.
to be able to continue pressuring here.
start off with a tome. Got a rabble in hand. Looks like it's gonna be pitched. Maybe get a Thamai.
Definitely just, again, looking to further board states, try to clean up. Same plan as always. So just deciding what dragons or what's the most important ones to be
Right.
using in this. So definitely deciding maybe, at such a life total 10, maybe just sending in rabble at face is more important. So just working it through, deciding what is the best course, what's the path to victory here. So we're actually going to be pitching 2 Thamais.
Thamai's here. This matchup not as useful. The only time it's useful is for the D-reacts or a sigil, and as we see, there's no sigils on.
So there is
either.
a furnace activation, so we're going to go up to 3 resources. Going to try to play out these 2 dragons, clean up the board state, and yep. Noah already knows, like, yeah, I'm losing these dragons.
Yeah.
So,
Already cleaning up.
so, and then,
What's nice about Necria is it's going to put just enough out of kill range for these Ashwings. We're going to need to kind of spend more cards on the Necria.
yeah. So we, Derek will just be passing the turn, getting a Rabble into his arsenal for the
We see a Command and
follow-up.
Conquer on top, which we know is a popper, so that's something that's some useful information going into
Yep.
Derek's turn.
Yep. Definitely allows him to, pay attention, can start off with the Rabble first, not worried about it getting popped itself.
And now we see a Burn Them All.
Yep,
This
so-
is the one and only Burn Them All in Noah's deck. And that's arcane damage. There's no Rune Glove, so there is AB once it gets a little bit closer to the end game for Derek.
So that Arcane's going to be coming through as the Ashwing's going to clean up that Necria. Derek's going to fall to 22, and the other 2 are going to clean up the Dromai. So again, all about getting these board
And
states
Snatch,
clear.
which
Snatch
is-
is going to be coming in.
yeah.
Instead of
And-
going at a dragon, decides to say, you know what, we're just going to go face
Yeah,
and see if you
take-
want to block. Well, offer up the block, essentially, and then going to get the go again with the Snapdragons
dust
and
up.
follow up with a dust up. Very strong turn, being able to get a lot out.
It's a very interesting turn because in the hand of Derek is a Burn Them All, Command and Conquer, Miraging Metamorph, and
And
Asvali.
Asvali.
Asvali is good cleanup.
Right here, most likely we're going to see an Asvali, I believe. But life totals, not to note, Noah's done a lot of work and got Derek, almost close to his, 10 to 14 now. So this game is definitely getting close. And there is that Rabble that was Arsenal last turn, coming in for 4, and it looks like it's going to be coming directly at Noah. Noah deciding what is the path here. Most likely going to see some blocks come up, and it is an Enlightened Strike. So 1 damage is going to come through. It's going to fall to 9, and we get a Burn Them All and Asvali as expected. This is going to be cleaning up a lot of these dragons.
1 arcane
and
damage too that's
1
still coming through.
Arcane as well.
Probably deciding, do I AB the arcane coming at me while I still have
Yeah.
Ashwings?
Looks like they're going to say no.
and gonna come
just
in
gonna
for
take
7 at the
8.
face.
Yes.
We
So-
know there's a Command and Conquer though, so this Command and Conquer just stops the damage from coming through.
Yep. So Noah deciding, life totals are getting really low. A 7 coming in when you're at 8 is pretty scary. This is where you need to start deciding what are more important. What are my blocks going to be? Very clearly, Burn Them All on the board. Falling to 1 is not ideal. So we are going to get most likely 2 cards at least blocking this. Just deciding what is the correct path. So it looks like there's going to be a block and taking 4. So Noah's going to fall down to 4, and it's going to return answer with a tome. Tomotai in hand.
Tomotai in hand, and a remembrance. So, but
See,
you
I don't know if
you-
the Tomotai is going to be enough right now.
Yeah,
you know.
without a blue in hand, you don't have your flame scale.
Yep.
So it's not
So
gonna
looking
help
for
you.
cleanup and just be, sending the dragon at face. So, chip a little bit of damage, get Derek down to 12
And
after the Burn
Remembrance.
Them All, and then just try to.
Probably gonna get back the Ascalize and maybe a rake.
Yep. Normally the primary targets. We'll see that.
Oh, okay. Cadavra versus Contraband. Makes sense. Just kidding. Okay.
Just going, prioritizing the contraband. Okay.
It's gonna their popper. Oh no, going back, citing something else, maybe.
Yep. This is pretty important here. There's not a lot. maybe just board state is the way to go, trying to muddle up this area. So kind of goes for a split of it, going for 2 rakes and 1 contraband.
This is the first time we've kind of seen a remembrance. I mean, we didn't see any as flies taken out of the discard because there weren't any as flies last time.
Correct, but still
However,
not prioritizing
yeah.
them. That is the last remembrance for Noah as well. Looking, just kind of verifying what is gone. Definitely, already made the decision. The deck's already shuffled. So just going to be pulling out dust-ups.
Right, for the burn them all.
Gotcha. Yep.
Their decks don't look very...
And he
they're
draws the 1 contraband that he just shuffled in.
Mm-hmm.
So, got to be happy to see that.
Well, there's not many cards left.
Yep.
It's getting late game. They have to... Those remembrances are very big. And we haven't seen a remembrance on Derek's side.
And you know what? These attacks at 4, Derek definitely says, you know what? I don't care about your dragons. We're gonna go this way.
Right, and blocking the mirror guy that was coming at face.
Yep. So
with no phantasm.
We'll fall to 3 from the burn them all trigger, and then it has to block with that contraband. So definitely on the back foot, Derek with the pressure on. So
no dragons out.
Yep.
But we do see a rake in hand as well. So got a contraband and a rake.
Yep.
And was that a
Command and Conquer revealed off the top for the Ravenous Rabble. That'll clean up the mirror guy, and just leave an Uvia out. So, committing more to the board.
2 more sinks in hand.
Continuing pressuring. Yep.
Yeah.
Well, most likely both got pitched around the same time, so there was likely going to have a double sink below.
3 damage come in. And this Enlightened trick is really powerful here.
Is it 7? Looks like it's. Let's see here. Is it 5 go again?
I feel like it's got to be.
Most likely it's 7 because.
Oh, it was 5 go again.
It was 5 go again, full block because he was at 2.
Get the entire hand out of and Noah doesn't have any AB, so it's just a clock of, okay, you can't attack back, you don't have any dragons, and I have burned them all. I've got you on a 2-turn clock if I'm taking out cards from your hand every single turn.
Yep, Noah just having to draw go, clean up for his burn them all, and we're just going to be passing it back over to Derek and see if he can use this burn them all to put the nail in the coffin.
I got a mirror guy.
Yep.
This is what you need to see. No phantasm, especially when saving the dust up just in case there's a Command and Conquer in hand.
Just sending in the Under Eye to start with, triggering the burn them all, which blocking with the Warmongers. So we're gonna have to see full blocks all throughout here. There's at 1.
There's no poppers. I think that's what Derek was trying to get around. He was afraid of a popper in hand, attacked Yandere when he has a mirror guy in, so that you don't have the phantasm on that attack with the Ashwing. And sometimes it's like, okay, I'm gonna block with not my popper because I would rather pop a mirror guy than an Ashwing. It's just, do I attack with the mirror guy? Well, when they only have 2 cards left in hand, you still need to strip those cards, even if it is a popper, and it wasn't. So Derek did take the win.
So that's going to be great for Derek for seeding. Most likely going to be at the higher end of this top 8, which proved that he can be able to win these Dromai matchups, which most likely there will be more in this top 8. So we'll have to get the official ranking on the top 8. That'll be coming shortly into the top 8. So all right. Anything to add?
Nope.
All right.
We'll see you with rankings shortly.
Yep.
We're back. Thanks for tuning in. We've got our
Top 8 is decided, so
Yeah.
we can go over who made top 8 and what, and then we'll have our quarter match getting ready right now. Our players are getting shuffled up and ready to go. So, who made top 8?
Well, you've got Sean Dollywall. We've got Michael
Michael J.
Sorry. Derek Chu. Sorry, I'm really bad at pronouncing things.
Yeah.
Robin Evanoso, Gabriel Celestino, B. Budnick, Noah Clark, and David Mink. So we've got quite the lineup of heroes here.
Yeah.
We have 3 Dromais, which is less than yesterday.
Right, which is really weird to say, but
Yeah,
yep, definitely.
we have 2 Lexis, which is also less from yesterday.
Yes. I think it was 5 and 3 almost.
Yeah, it was 4. It was
4, 3, and a
an
single Icelander. Yep.
Our Icelander from last night is
Ran
also
it back.
Yep. B. Budnick. We have our dash player Gabriel Celestino.
Yes.
So
Seen
was able to
multiple times, yep.
make it, and then also our Riptide David Mink.
Yeah. So we'll see how those matches go. But we are gonna bring you our Dash versus Lexi matchup. Okay, it's gonna be Gabriel versus Robin. So players are getting set up. We'll take you table side shortly. What are you thinking? How's this match gonna go?
I honestly don't know. We saw from our dash player that it's very aggro. Just try and create those big turns. Maybe just a lot of no blocks, but. Unlike Phi, when we saw that, Phi doesn't have a whole lot of on hits. It's a lot of go again. The on hits are buffing your other things, whereas Lexi's on hits are disruption. So we're gonna see some possible blood rots, inertias, making it harder to play your game and harder to decide not to block.
Yeah, so I'm just going to look at Gabriel's match and see what we're looking at. If it's a possible switching over to the more controlling, trying to weather the storm and knock Lexi down with multiple pistol shots. It looks like I want to see how many items we have. So it looks like we have 2 induction chambers. Let's see here. Is just 2 induction chambers? No, trying to see. We have our 3 Teklo cores. We have 3 spars.
Very
high octanes. Okay, we are playing the full 3 set of plasma purifiers. Okay, that's what I was missing. So there is definitely an option here to go the controlling route. We're gonna get tableside right now. Looks like they're about to start, and I think that's exactly the route that Gabriel wants to take. We have, at first time, starting off with an induction chamber. So that signifies that, we might not be going the as aggressive route to start. This might be a weather the storm, bringing in those defensive reactions, and being able to just try to get more value out of the pistol package. So we'll see how this is going to work out. Looks like Robin was the higher seed.
Right.
She had choice and elected to go second in this matchup. Okay, doesn't want to give those free blocks in.
Yeah.
So we'll see if maybe Gabriel's able to capitalize that. Maybe get an item, an extra item to start off with.
We see that often with the more aggro decks. You want to go second because you get the first chance to attack into a hand and then not let them come back, especially when you might be playing against a dash that is trying to maybe outpace you. We're not seeing the outpace in this right now because of the induction chamber, but we are seeing how Robin definitely wants to get that first attack into a hand that won't refill.
Yep, looks like Gabriel was looking to send in a pistol, then as an attack reaction needs to remove the induction chamber to give it go again. Looks like it was a misstep as far as the order of that. Looks like we got that resolved, and that is going to be a second attack using just this blue 0 to 60 to fill up all of those.
Yeah, and the ability for Lexi to just go, all right.
Play a couple cards on my turn, on your turn with the Voltaire.
Yeah, you're not going to make me block. I'm going to keep enough cards in hand to get to fill my arsenal attack. I mean, if Robin got a 3 of a kind here or a Rain Razors, can you imagine the damage?
Yeah.
Not having to reload and just getting to attack.
Yeah, interesting. I feel like maybe if Gabriel could have set up to have the pistol and induction chamber loaded prior, might have been, getting a little bit better of a setup going into his second turn, but opting to try to get a couple some damage in. But Robin just blocked, set up for her turn, and we're going to see what her follow-up is going to be and try to really have the first shot at doing some damage in this matchup.
Starting off with the drill shot, we do see a Teklo core in hand on Gabriel's side, so something that doesn't block if we're trying to mitigate some damage.
I also see a Meganetic Shockwave in hand. So we haven't seen this yet today, but that's a very, very powerful card when it comes to removing equipment. If they can get that out after a couple boosts, we would have some prime targets and forcing blocks with New Horizons or the Tunic. So we'll see if they can take advantage of that in this matchup.
We do see Null Rune gloves played for Lexi. Is there any arcane damage that's coming from a dash?
I'm going to check his deck list right now, but I don't believe so. I don't know if there's a better option for the Lexi. Let's see here. Not playing the Hornet Sting.
I mean, a Hornet Sting is free damage. A very interesting choice on that.
Just looking, we have... I don't know, Twindra. I'm not seeing.
Are there Mechanologist cards that do arcane?
I'm not seeing Gabriel playing any. If so, what is this Twin Drive? You want to look that one up?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what the Twin Drive is. We can try to see, but it's just an interesting choice on Robin's side for those Null Room gloves over the Hornet Sting. So looks like we have the drill shot attacked. Looks like there was a double block.
It just boosts twice.
Okay. So, no. Looks like we're going to get some equipment block. We're probably going to get a trigger from the crown. I'm not seeing if there was a trigger of it yet or not. See a shuffle away. Definitely there wasn't against the Arsenal. Still Arsenal in place. And then a following drill shot up. Looks like this was just coming in for 4. And Gabriel took that. So falls to 36 in a fatigue shot.
We see, I did see a high octane, it looks like, in Arsenal. So this might just be a turn. You're at a high enough life total. Maybe you just take some damage and try and high octane, push that damage.
I see one T-bone. A great thing in this matchup is being able to string together those equipment blocks. So if Gabriel's able to put together multiple T-bones in a turn, one piece of equipment is already gone on the side of Lexi. Where if you can get a second block, no room gloves blocks, and then all of a sudden the additional one would be able to block and get destroyed. So not a perfect setup yet for that, but that's definitely something that Gabriel's going to try to do. But having a high octane in the arsenal, that is a premier card that they're going to want to be able to try to leverage in this matchup because we are going pistol package.
Right.
We want to try to find those other items to get more damage through, and we'll see if Gabriel can take advantage of that.
Right. Still possibly thinking about blocks. It is 5 damage coming in. That's a lot. The ability on fatigue shot is it halves the first attack they have. So, I mean, 5 damage coming in. You're potentially, if this hits, your first attack is gonna be halved. So, it's kind of important to be able to have all of that damage fully coming through. But just deciding to take it, hopefully, getting to just get those boosts for boosting for that high octane turn for the Teklos.
Yep, and so Robin's going to be following up with this hamstring shot. I do see that our life totals did get updated. So Robin did take that 4 damage from the 2 pistol hits. So that makes a lot more sense.
Norun gives a hedge for T-bone. Hornet Sting breaks on the block.
So heads up. Thank you for that. I haven't played, much dash versus Lexi, so that is a very smart. As I already pointed out, no rune gloves is that good block,
Right.
to eat up those T-bones, to protect the very valuable New Horizons and Tunic. So heads up play by Robin by making that selection. So
Right.
not necessarily value for its AB, but for its blocking capabilities. Kind of like, Snapdragons and things like that.
And we're seeing right now, Gabriel went down to 26, 10 points below Robin. So yeah, using the null room gloves, going to block the T-bone. We see a more aggressive strat, right? Like, we started off with this induction chamber, but took a lot of damage to hopefully produce more.
Yep, so we'll see what this follow-up will be. There is a magnetic shockwave, which could potentially cause blocking of this equipment. Can you bring that up? I'm trying to remember the text on magnetic, what it counts. I believe it is a 4 attack. It's a blue. Magnetic.
It's spelled weird.
So, defending area must defend a magnetic shock with X equipment they control, where X is the number of times you have boosted the shock. So essentially, if we do see the magnetic coming in this turn, there has been one boost. So it essentially would act as a single T-bone. So if that was able to be sent through on that combat chain, it would have eaten up the Tunic and New Horizons, but not enough resources potentially to be able to do that.
And a little unfortunate too, because now with the combat chain broken, that leaves the null rune gloves to be blocked again.
Yep. So we're just gonna switch it up and go with a high octane.
We saw a Teklo core draw.
Yep. We're gonna replace more resources, looking to be able to do some boost to be able to get additional action points.
And choosing to T-bone first before the high octane, not getting that additional.
Yeah, that's a free action point there. So,
Right.
We'll see if there was trying to play a different attempt. But we're just going to go in with this throttle for 6. We're going to get that boost. We are going to get an additional action point. So 6 coming in.
I do have to ask, how do you feel about the fact that Gabriel seems to have white bordered and black bordered cards all together?
I am a big fan of the white border. He's got the white border dash out there. I'm a fan. It's you do what you can. It looks like it's a work in progress trying to get all those white borders.
I just know some people, those white borders are a little a sight for sore eyes.
Yeah, and that's why I love them. So, looks like they are verifying what the attack damage is going to be and how many resources were used. So, looks like, the boost was good. Verifying that there are no resources currently floating, and a 6 power throttle with go again coming in. So we will get a block of the Bolton shot on Robin's side. So 3 damage still coming in unblocked. See if it's just good or if there is a follow-up. So we are pitching a Teklo core to send in this magnetic shockwave. So this should be, I believe, a single block, because was it checking the chain? Do you still have that up?
I believe it was
or for turn.
this combat chain.
Exactly. So it's only going to be 1. So unfortunately, because he wasn't able to string that together, and I think that was kind of his thinking, possibly that maybe it checks the whole turn, but max velocity checks across the turn.
Right.
If there was 3 boosts, magnetic shockwave as well as T-bone, they count or check on combat chain.
Right.
So unfortunately, only going to be blocking with the no rune gloves, but still 4 damage coming in.
And then 2 damage on the pistol.
Yep. So it should be a 9 damage turn altogether. From the side of Gabriel.
Yeah,
yep.
Weird sequencing with the high octane being played after, then the pulse wave. Maybe it was just a question of, do I draw a card that gives me enough resources to be able to do anything with the extra action point?
It looks like it was a total of 10 damage. So I might have missed a damage somewhere because Robin falls from 36 to 28. So back over the side of Robin's going to be sending in a Command and Conquer. Now, no real value for the Arsenal. But still, it is 6
Right.
damage coming in.
I mean, most of the cards were used for blocking. Still, yeah, a decent amount of damage that you still have to respect. The on-hit doesn't matter currently, so it's less of a problem. But I see a Spark of Genius in hand, so maybe it might just be okay, just taking the 6.
Yep. Especially, I mean, Command and Conquer in this matchup, if the dash is going in the pistol package, a lot of times we'll bring in our defense reactions, and you can't forget, Command and Conquer does not, you can't do defense reactions against it. So it's just a valuable card for sure. So looks like that will just be a passing on over to Gabriel, and we'll see how he wants to do this. I do see a max velocity in hand, a T-bone, and it's going to be starting with this twin drive. So with this double boosting, it could increase the count, I guess, on magnetic shockwave.
Right.
How many boosts have happened?
Magnetic shockwave also for maximum velocity. 'Cause
Maximum
you
velocity.
You boost twice.
Wow, I got to get
one
back into
card.
dash. That seems very, very powerful. We do know that Gabriel does have that max velocity in hand. So we'll see if that's able to happen this turn or not. He did have to pitch a 0 cost, and we only have a Spark of Genius in hand. So unlikely to see this max velocity. It's going to be interesting if they want to arsenal this or pitch it to go get an item. But dash doesn't have any 1-cost items, so it's likely just going to be a load. Looks like we're probably going to see a Spark
might
for
arsenal
0.
that maximum velocity again. Probably.
Well, there's going to be a draw before.
Oh, yeah.
So that's the important thing. Ideally is you don't want to put the max velocity in the arsenal because it can get trapped. We saw
Correct, yes.
earlier that pulverize
no
for
crown.
Bravo.
There's no
it's
crown
really
to,
difficult to deal with. So the ideal draw here off this this Spark is going to be a 0-cost attack. Hopefully like a red 0 to 60 would be probably the best draw because you're going to put that in your arsenal. You're going to have this Teklo core have resources for you to be able to cast that max velocity, and all you need to do is draw 2 more zeros, 2 more 0 attacks, and then that's going to be able to get a max velocity out. Very, very powerful card. So we'll see how this draw goes. Let's see what he's going to go down. It's a zipper hit. So we'll see what is going to be going into the arsenal.
Maybe they just. There's no go again, correct?
No, boost has happened, so he could pop the Achilles Accelerator. We've seen Gabriel do that in the past, but it's not a great draw to be able to do that. Maybe if it was a 0 attack, but I would likely see the zipper hit go down in the arsenal, hold on to max velocity in hand, and hopefully draw multiple attacks after that. So we'll try to see. He's considering it. He's actually going to pop it. I think he's going to send in the zipper hit and just pitch max velocity here. We're going to see. Or maybe it's going to be attack with the pistol. Let's see what the choice is. And that is it. He is pitching the max velocity and is going to be sending in the zipper hit for 5. Really trying to push this damage. Doesn't want to fall behind. We have a boost, trigger, and we're boosting because we're going to probably most likely follow up with a pistol hit. Really, really send and push this damage.
Right, and we saw that the last time Gabriel played is, attack with another card, hit with the pistol, take cards out of hand when you need to. So coming in for 2, maybe just taking the damage, it looks like.
Yep. So getting life totals down to almost identical. We're at that halfway point. Starting to getting close. So passing it back over, Gabriel's just going to draw up, and we're going to have Lexi taking turn, which is going to be activation, flipping up a lightning press. So that activation is going to be giving, I believe, the next attack go again?
3 of a kind.
Is that Lexi's revealing lightning? I'd have to double check. But we are going to have a 3 of a kind turn.
I never see a lightning card actually revealed.
I think it gives the next action go again. So we are going to see an activation from Voltaire. It's going to be placing a Heat Seeker into Arsenal.
It does give go again.
Okay, so this Heat Seeker is going to be coming in with go again. So most likely it was given a plus. Voltaire not having to, use a go again option on there, as well as very clearly you have a lightning press
Right, you
access.
have to overblock.
Heat Seeker most likely going to be coming through. I see a Magnetic, a Twin Drive, and I can't tell. I'm not sure if those were 2 T-Bones. I'm not sure what those 2 cards in Gabriel's hands were. We'll have to see. But looks like Gabriel just took it, falling to 14. And there's going to be a second activation on the Voltaire.
A Bolton shot.
Likely giving +1.
Yeah, +1. It's going to have the
Go
reload.
again.
Go
It's
again.
going to have go again, and if it hits, reload. Yep.
And you have that lightning press. You can force the reload here.
Yep.
Ooh.
Gabriel
It's not a great
needing to
spot to be
decide,
in.
yes,
Yeah.
because it's just, was hoping just maybe 6, maybe 1 more attack, but this Bolton shot very clearly signifying probably another attack following. So considering blocking with this Magnetic Shockwave. Thinking, and yes, that is the block. So
and just forcing the lightning press, get that reload, get that damage.
Yep, so total of 8 blocking. Looks like 5 is going to be coming through. Gabriel will fall to 9, and there will be a reload trigger.
Yep.
And yes, Robin does, and
Searing shot.
follows up with a searing shot.
Oh, this is a big damage turn for Robin. And I think that's kind of why Gabriel chose to break the Achilles and try and force more damage, try and force the
But
cards.
that lightning press in Arsenal was so huge because, again, gave the go again on that first attack, as well as 3 of a kind turn you can only play from Arsenal, and still being able to send that pump in. Very, very well sequenced by Robin. And you know what? Gabriel's on the fence now. He's at 4 health. Not a lot of room to be able to take these damage. So on Gabriel's turn, we are going to get a trigger from Techo Core, get those 2 resources. No max velocity in hand. We pitched that to push damage, but we are going to have a crack of the Goliath Gauntlet, I believe that was.
Yes.
Which won't trigger on T-Bone. It's only the cost 2 or greater, but he did that now because he wants to keep this combat chain going.
Right. Make sure you can get those New Horizons, get the Fingals
So we do
off.
have a second T-Bone in hand. We are going to be able to get one of these pieces of equipment, most likely. Looks like Robin was able to make use of her resource from the tunic, so ideally it's going to be a block from the tunic, I anticipate. But we'll see how this turn shapes out for Gabriel.
Your New Horizons is just too important for
Yes.
you to use that or
Yep.
to block with that, right?
Yep. And this is the second boosted T-Bone for sure. And that's it.
Yep.
There is the tunic block. So this is a red T-Bone, so it should be coming in for 3. So should be 2 damage coming the way of Robin. Yep.
And then this
falling
is
to
the
14.
extra boost card.
And this is the double boost. And so this should be triggering the Goliath Gauntlet.
Yeah. Now my wonder is why not twin drive, and then maybe blocked with a T-Bone instead of the magnetic shockwave.
Most likely a resource count possibly could have been an issue because magnetic shockwave also costs 2. So it was had to make a decision on that. Not able to necessarily do
Is
both.
Teklo Foundry Heart an instant or is it a
Teklo Foundry Heart is a once per turn action. So to activate it, you do need to break the chain.
Right.
So looks like Robin will. I didn't see what happened on that 7 attack coming through, but Robin's life total stays the same. Might have been a full block.
Got endless arrows coming in for 4.
Yes.
Hits, get it back. This is a card you don't want to let hit. You don't want to give them ammo to just continuously attack.
Yep. Most likely having obviously go again from the Voltaire. So, it's going to be unfortunately Teklo Foundry Heart has already blocked, so it's a 2-card need block, and that is what we see from Gabriel. We'll see what the follow-up is. Second activation, we're going to see a Falcon Wing built in go again.
So you can give it +1 here
Yes.
and not have to worry about.
Yep, so should be coming in for 4 and another 4. And, all these 1 point over a single card block is really, really smart on
Especially
Robin.
when you're at 4.
Yes, because, this little chip damage in is what's going to continue tightening the hold on Gabriel. And so we see, again, the double block because not wanting to let any damage through. But that's going to be a follow-up of Rain Razor's Bolt and Shot for the game. Just too much. Gabriel wasn't able to keep up, but definitely close.
Big turns. It's unfortunately this is kind of that big turn that Gabriel was trying to mitigate with getting those extra attacks in and getting those hits off to try and stop Robin from getting to produce as much damage, but Robin was just at too high of a life total.
Yeah, I think Gabriel really kind of had a game plan that he wanted to attack the equipment. He was able to do that, but maybe a little bit too little, too late. I think the no room gloves were a good addition on Robin's side, where she blocked multiple times with those on those requirements, but was able to while Gabriel was able to do that plan. Just not enough damage was able to be put out during that.
And taking 10 damage that one turn to try and produce that, it did do damage. It just wasn't enough to kind of take Robin off of the gas.
Yep. So most likely we're going to see is the winner of this match, Robin. I believe that her follow-up is going to be going against the #1 seed in the Dromai player, Sean. So we'll likely see that match in the semifinals coming up next. In the meantime, we will take a short intermission. As soon as the rest of the quarterfinals are over, we'll come back with a little bit of a report on that and have our semifinals, all right? So stay tuned, guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, welcome back into the booth. We are getting ready to roll for the top 4. Our competitors are shuffling up and getting ready right now. For the main match that we'll be watching, we will have B. Budnick on Storm Icelander, and we will have Noah Clark on Dromai. As a Icelander player myself, I'm really excited to see this matchup, because I hope B can win one for all the good guys in the world. That being said, my daughter, Isabelle, actually plays Dromai because of the fact that it beats the crap out of Icelander usually. So
I don't play that because of it. Just happened to work out that way.
It's always how it goes. But yeah, we are looking at these deck lists. We're looking at the Dragon build of Dromai, which we've seen a few different Dromai lists this weekend.
Right. This is with this list. This is one we commented about yesterday with the one burn them all, 2 remembrances. Definitely trying for that later game, trying to recycle through. With the mirror match, it was cycling through our Asvalize. With this, it might just be cycling through your Rake the Embers so that you can get the Ashwings to have AB on, and also just produce damage that can't easily be dealt with.
Yeah, and it looks like B's strategy will probably be just to grind out into the late game. Try and lean into some of these poppers, see if we can get there with, popping and counter pressuring. The trick to winning this game will just be obviously drawing well, but the part we're going to enjoy is like, how long does B get to survive without losing any equipment from a resolved Tomatai? And, can B draw into the cards they need to in order to pop the attackers to buy free turns?
We saw B in the top 8 yesterday. Turn 2 lose Storm Striders to a Tomatai, which is not what you want to see. So let's hope the Storm Striders can stay around a little bit longer this time. Hopefully the entire game, if possible, to combo off on that strong turn.
B did get a little bit more sleep last night than the night before. So we'll see. Maybe that plays a little bit of a factor in this, because one of the big things about this matchup is it is long, it is grindy, it is taxing. There is a ton of needing to think 5-6 turns ahead and what you're going to be able to do to get through it. So, when we get to this stage of the game where there's round 8, players have been at it since like 10 o'clock.
Long day.
We're pushing into the late hours. So
late hours of 4:30.
Late hours of playing, yes, very late.
B did go first, so we're gonna.
All right, we're going over into the game. So looks like B started going first, or is.
B is the higher seed, so choosing whether or not to go first.
I think they're just okay. Yes,
okay, B is going first.
So we're just waiting on seeing how they. Okay, it looked like B had already drawn their hands. So, all right, we got hands and we're off. B is going to take a look. Ideally, you want to see a turn 1 Frost Hex. You want to try and get that Frost Hex out right here without having to sacrifice any amount of life to get it out, because typically you need to have so many cards to be able to get it on the board. We see over here with Noah, we see the Remembrance in hand, so we know this is going to be a long, grindy game. We know Noah's playing for the end game. Could also just be the fact that Remembrance pitches for 2 and having additional resources for your cards.
Tomatai, yeah. Or Dominia.
Or Arcane Barrier, which...
AB, yes.
Once you get ahead, it's easy to stay ahead because you get free pitches.
Now, the unfortunate part, though, is you only have 1 AB right now. which you get to pitch your red, get an ash already. This is very good for Dromai because you get to draw at the end of this turn. You get to AB as much as you want and get some ash going.
Yeah, it's it's a necessary evil to give them the free ash production here, but you can't just take this turn off. One thing you don't like to see is losing this Aether Hail really early. Aether Hail is one of the few tools in the deck to be able to deal with the bigger dragons easily. This deck obviously has a lot more attacks. So you have to burn through all the reds, cycle all the reds out of the deck before you start trying to finish them off.
Okay, we saw maybe a pop of the gold to get some more ash, but deciding against going for a rabble and a tome on top.
I foresee the gold getting popped now. It looks like when
I don't know, if there's nothing in hand to play quite this turn, you might as well just leave the gold for another turn on. Because you need to pitch 2 cards to get the gold, draw a card, and then you get more pitch towards the tome, but nothing to really play for it.
I feel like going for the free resource engine is pretty good early. Obviously, once we get late game, you're not going to need as much engine for the ash because Icelander's just going to fill you full of things to do with your ashes. So fill you with things to produce ash. So you're not going to get that big of a deal. Obviously, early game, it's important to get the dragons on the board. So I, thought we might have seen it, but Noah's opting to play a little more of a passive game here, trying to, just grind out a little bit of value. You don't have Phantasm on this, no free pops.
We do have 2 poppers in hand. And I believe the other card for Noah is, I thought it was a Dust Up.
It's a Billowing Mirage.
Okay.
Billowing Mirage.
It's one of those
Billowing
attacks.
Mirage goes into the arsenal. Not a bad one to follow up with. Presumably, buying 6 life here is ideal. You get to, before Noah, obviously, because I don't think B has a choice. B has to swing into this Miragai, and that is obviously one of the big life swings is these spirits and wounded bulls. So
and as Noah, you're really happy to see that pop we're gone, right? That's 1 out of the 12, I believe, is run in the deck, and at a dragon, right? You don't want to see that coming at the face because that's
it's
a lot of damage.
Strange because B took. Looks like we got an extra card. Looks like
no.
B. While we're resolving this, so the issue here is that B took 6 damage in order to. 5 damage in order to keep the hand.
Mirror guy.
And then still had 2 cards left. Obviously, we know that there was an extra additional popper inside there. All right, so this is the reveal of the card that would have been the last card drawn. So we're going to fix that and rectify that situation. And now we're back off, B with the full hand. So,
Because B saw it.
yep. We have Warmonger's Diplomacy, pitching, swinging in for Sweeping Blow. So it was
Making
a
an
Sleeping
ash,
Blow,
yeah.
not a Billowing Mirage. Lots of fire in all those cards.
Yeah, they all look the same. And they all kind of
fortunately-
do the same thing.
We have a blue for Noah. So Noah's going to be able to get a lot of free AB here, and it's also going to be able
Right.
to pay through any types of resources that.
But seeing one of the 6 blue cards in the deck already being kind of put to the bottom, hopeful for Icelander to.
Oh, and that's
the
2 of
second
the
blue,
6.
You're kind of limiting yourself, giving the information, right?
Yep.
And playing those blues that are so useful for your late game when.
However, passing Mirage is really good.
Quite
in this
good
match.
against, yeah.
Again, we got 3 spill damage in. B has to sit and look at this hand, see what we want to do.
And that was
If
after the attack
B
with the Dromai.
has the Aether Hail, which is great. We get to get in with this Aether Hail. We get to shoot the dragon that we really don't want on the board long. which is Dromai. Passing Mirage is fine. It's going to be in there and resolving.
We see a
B-
pitch of a Wounded Bull.
Yeah, opting to pitch this Wounded Bull for late game when
There's a
tempo
bigger
turns
base,
matter.
a bigger board state to push those poppers through more.
This really matters because we now have accounted for 2 blues, and now B is able to line up a Findles or a popper along with
We just have a
the other
commanding
blue
conqueror
on the
just
other
coming
side.
straight at the face.
Is it coming straight at the face?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of, is that B is going to be taxed and having to get that passing Mirage off the board. B opting to pitch
That
the
tome.
Findles.
We did know that tome was there. So that is something. We'll see if that tome can just sit there until there's a Tumultire or Dominion in hand to wait for that big dragon turn. I can't see if there is one.
Drawing 6 cards is a quick way to get to it.
Correct. There's only one of each of those dragons, though.
All right, so now we see
do
the
see-
passing,
We do
the
see a
Mirage
Rake the
Metamorph to the
Embers.
bottom.
Rake the Embers being pitched. This is a very strong card to play. We see another tome.
That is Uvia, I believe. And the thing about Uvia is,
Oh, is it?
after you see, it looks like one. But the thing about Uvia is that as soon as you see 2 poppers go to the bottom, you now know that there's a potential that this Uvia can just stick on the board. And Uvia sticking for multiple turns represents so much extra damage and resources.
Using the 2 to get the gold, draw a card.
So now we have decisions.
Kyloria on top. Using the Flame Scale Furnace pitching. Looked like the Kyloria.
So now we got 3 more resources. Again, pitching these dragons right now means that these dragons are coming back later in the game, and that is the important thing. We want to see
making
these
an Uvia
dragons.
getting a Ashwing.
That is not huge and impactful now, but the unchecked Uvia
And a
down the long
Kyloria.
round is really going to hurt if B doesn't have a way to deal with this, because how you represent extra damage is just keep the pokes for 1 coming. And if you can get your opponent, who is very limited on the amount of poppers in their deck, to have to use one on a Ashwing, you're probably winning the race.
Right. Probably just
I
gonna
also see an
arsenal.
Asvali in the
Yeah.
hand right now. I think we might see that come out. Oh,
Right.
yeah.
It's a good source of arcane. Yeah, coming in, gonna attack.
Let's see
with
if
the
there's
arcane.
a popper in here. See, this is a little bit of a risk, because if
There's no popper.
if that card in B's arsenal, though, is anything that can shoot it in response to using the resource, you can potentially buy the turn here. Obviously, you wouldn't want to use that on the Ashwing, which I think Noah has correctly predicted that it's not there. So that's why
It's
we're
still,
coming in.
Right, but with this Asvali, you want to attack with Asvali first, right? Because you're getting that arcane damage and still.
You always do. I guess I'm looking at the options of, do you attack with Asvali, or do you use
Uvia
the
might
burn
be a
spell?
little harder to actually kill.
So B
with the
might
spell,
opt to not use the popper, but I don't think we have a popper, which is going to be problematic here.
And you have to block the Kyloria. You don't want the card draw. You still have another card in hand on Noah's side.
Oh, this is rough.
Yeah, just hard.
Obviously, you got to get the value where you can.
And this is a big board state that's starting to kind of come together. Although no Ash for Noah currently. If any arcane damage comes in here, that is something that can be AB, and we see an Aether Ice Vein
The big problem here is that
fused.
we don't have a way to deal with this Uvia, and these Ashwings are going to get a bit out of control. And if this is going face, which it has to in order to, you don't fuse it if it's not going face, because it
Right.
doesn't do anything. The problem with that is we have a full hand of cards ready to rock and roll, and
Just discarding a card, not choosing to.
No reason to do anything here. You've got a whole bunch of cards, and we're already 3 permanents out ahead.
Right.
And you, as Icelander, being able to do even 2 actions in a turn cycle, it's going to be near impossible to catch back up. Especially when one of them has 6 toughness.
We have a tome coming out. I thought I just saw a Dominia in
There
hand.
is,
Yep.
in fact.
That is.
And the unfortunate part is, I think, we...
Oh, okay, we're pitching it.
Oh.
Making 2 ash.
Is that pop? Yeah. Well, that's got to be a welcome sight to see for B, who all the Icelander players have been getting sick and tired in the weekend of getting all of their equipment blown up that matter.
Oh, well, this is Dominia, so this is the banish a card from hand, not
that's the hand one. That's right. So I wonder if we're going to see the other least favorite ones.
Well, this is much more important than a Dominia right now. Thamai just threatens Icelander's turn. Well, Dromai's turn, not allowing Icelander to play
B would
anything.
really like to see a channel like Frigid here. That's the only way to really catch up on this. The problem is you're going to have to take the entirety of this turn of damage in order to possibly deal with this Thamai. This is the danger of taking the turn off and going face on the Dromai, is that you now are still compounded with the extra dragons.
Right. This is free damage that's just coming in, and if you're not sacrificing your entire hand, we do see a popper. Not going to use it on the Dromai, as you're going to get the extra action point anyway.
I wonder
know what's going
where
on.
B is thinking here.
Yeah.
Of which
Okay.
one's going to be important. Do we have a second popper is the real question. Do we have a second popper and a way to deal with the Thamai? Because the Thamai is going to lay ever present.
As will I, coming in, 1 arcane. Just taking it.
And this is kind of where that original 6 damage, or the original 5 damage that B took in order to kind of play the big attack early, is now that's going to matter, because there will be turns like this where you have no way to interact, no way to stop it, and no way to counter pressure unless you take all that damage.
Right,
So,
and we did see the pitch of, I think it was a Wounded Bull a couple turns ago, which in this case scenario we said, right?
Findles.
Right.
Fighting Spirit, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did say, later game, this is going to be more important. We did not anticipate seeing so many. And just choosing not to attack with a Thamai. Just play the Passing Mirage. This is a very strong board state, and it's quite... how do you come back from this right now without... Yeah, a channel like Frigid would do it for you, because you have to tax every individual, but
it's going to
start
with a channel like Frigid. I don't know that there's a lot of answers from being this far behind. That is the best one. We knew that was there. It was a possibility that was in the arsenal, but...
Can Waning Moon attack a...
No, that is the biggest problem, is Waning Moon doesn't have the ability to pressure any dragons. We can only pressure life total with Waning Moon, and pressuring life total doesn't necessarily do a whole lot when you are down by half of the life total and your opponent has 12 damage on board.
I saw an Enlightened Strike. It might just be Enlightened Strike bottom something and then attack with all of your dragons. Keep that blue Warmongers in hand. Hopefully, if the Icelander comes in with some damage, you can AB it.
So this is a weird predicament where which dragon do you attack with first? I think most people would be inclined to attack with Kyloria first, because it's going to get 2 cards out of hand. If the card in Arsenal that B has been sitting on is the popper that B needs, which it has to be a burn spell that deals 2. You have to take this Kyloria out. So if Noah attacks with this Kyloria, and that is in response to using the action point, you can shoot the Kyloria and kill it and buy a turn. And it's going to take a lot of these types of minor plays, little bit of incremental value to be able to come back into this game. And
coming with the Aswai first.
It's also a very premium spot to be in with that blizzard in hand because your opponent has 2 cards in hand. If one of them is a blue, it's a blowout, and you're going to have a problem. So here's what I presumed was going to happen. It was going to be Asvali coming off the board if it's the Ice Bolt. B really doesn't have a choice. You have to take the first dragon you can get out.
Stop as much damage as you can.
The bigger problem is Ice Bolt is one of the few cards that get up there in the base deck as a blue that can take out an Asvali. With 3 toughness, it comes in at a very thick backside in order to prevent being taken off the board.
And we see the Warmongers pitch for 2 AB, I believe.
So I do see a Channel Lake Frigid finally. There is a Channel Lake Frigid in hand, and I see a Scar for Scar, which is another good way to deal with Thamais, but also I presume we're going to see it take out this Kyloria. You have to buy this off the board. I also just snuck a peek of another Thamai in Noah's hand. And that's kind of rough because you know there's 3 Thamais in the opponent's hand, and you know what is coming.
Thamai, and then in response, Beast just got to play this
It's
seal.
honestly going to not be as good as you'd like it to be.
Especially because you have the Flame Scale Furnace, you could pitch to it right now, activate it, and get extra. You get a free Ash, and you get the extra
resources. Yeah, that's not small. That gives you the free attack around it. The Ash represents an Ashwing. I wonder if Noah is intentionally not making Ashes or is kind of just hyper-focused in the game.
We've also we've seen a lot of blues on Noah's side. I feel like all of these blues have been either pitched really early or played as the passing Mirage.
Yeah, it's going to be problematic. The problem is that B has to either take all of this damage, which is another 3, in order to kill the Thamai on the swing back with the attack.
Okay, so we see a Dust Up. The problem is, you're either producing, was it 3 damage from the Uvia and the Ashwing, or you have a Dust Up, force a block, or you're getting an extra Ashwing.
I think we're going to, I think the life totals might be wrong right now. I think we're looking at B at 9. So this Dust Up is not small game. This Dust Up represents slightly more than half of B's life. And in order for B to stay in this game, B is going to have to take this damage. We need, the start of the comeback happens with the channel being up, being able to pitch an ice card to kill the Thamai, and then try and buy some tempo here. And I don't know that we're going to even be capable of getting enough resources to get this turn back. We need a minor miracle for this to be okay, and let's see which card is pitched for this. It's got to be the Polar Blast. Okay, good. We got the Polar Blast in the banner zone.
Killing the Thamai, definitely the right move. You
have
to
to,
get
and
rid of it.
I think the reason B did that is because the burn spell that B just put into the arsenal is enough to tempo back and catch a turn.
We see all dragons in hand. No blues to, unfortunately, power the turn with that Channel Lake Frigid.
So now we're going to see the army of Ashwings coming to Funtown. And, yeah, well, you don't need...
Which dragon in hand would you want to play? We have a Miragai, Dromai, Yonderai, and a Snatch.
I assume we're going to see the two good ones that help get through Icelander, which is the Dromai and the Miragai. Having double protection on your first attack is pretty big game. Although swinging for
we're
4,
not attacking, right? If we're playing our dragons, we're not going to be able to attack with the Channel Lake Frigid attacks.
And that's just it. We really don't need to attack. Icelander has the unfortunate condition of not being able to do multiple things in a turn outside of the 4 go against Scar for a Scar.
Right.
So B will not really have, even if you take a turn off as Dromai and just commit a bunch of things to the board, B still has a 3 to 4 turn clock of having to dig out from under that
And when it is 6 to 28, Noah definitely has the ability to just take some damage. We're going to see the Dromai. I'm going to pay him the 1 for it.
And that is, I believe that's going to mean we're going to see the Snatch go into the arsenal. The Snatch is really good. Finishing up a combo line with it and still having the Snapdragons to be able to buy extra damage in a turn after you've already leveraged all the cards out of B's hand, I think is going to be
Got a cold snap,
pretty big game. So
which that freezes Arsenal, correct?
That freezes an Arsenal or ally.
Oh, okay.
The problem being is that you cannot freeze the ally that's attacking and have it be relevant. What this does do is this forces a little bit of damage, chips it away a tad. You make sure that you do not take any more damage from any more. You don't take any more damage from any more of these dragons this turn. The thing that I'm a little weary about is I think we would have liked to see this play actually happen on the next turn and using that Frost Hex to power out.
Right, with the Frostbite.
The Frostbite I don't think is going to be super relevant. I think the Cold Snap is already too late.
We see another channel like Frigid in hand.
Yeah, but I would like to see this other channel like Frigid stay around for a couple of turns, and playing this Frost Hex now, or playing the Cold Snap now, is one less card you will have access to put into your pitch zone. So I would have liked to just see a big block here, or just take it all. That is real dangerous when, well, we know.
We do see a take it all. We're at 3.
We know we have 2 Azalies left and 1 Burn Them All somewhere.
I think we saw a Burn Them All pitched earlier on.
We did, but we know that we're so far
We've seen
behind,
Azalai.
we're going to have to dig out of this game, and it's going to be real hard.
And another Uvia in hand.
This
Aether, I see.
is not the worst start. We know we have...
Are we fusing?
It took out the dragon no fuse because you
Okay.
don't need to fuse when you hit dragons. There is no on hit. So
Yeah, pitching to the Waning Moon so that you get the 2 cards, get the Channel Lake Frigid counter.
the nice thing about the
Arsenal.
card that's sitting in the arsenal over here with the Snatch is
You have
Even-
Snapdragons. So.
but through a channel like Frigid, not so relevant right now, but even if you AB a bunch, maybe play 1 or 2 dragons, a 4 attack is still representing close to lethal. So it's, it's not nothing. That even if the only thing you do on your turn is the Snatch, it's going to do enough damage. Meanwhile, these
So
ominous
many
little
ash
wings are just
Just
building up.
waiting for this Lake Frigid to be gone to just send a full-on onslaught.
Last turn, I would have really liked to still have that the Cold Snap in the arsenal as well,
To
because
freeze
you could
this
freeze that arsenal. If there was another dragon,
Freeze the Azfly before it's able to come in.
Well, this is not small game. This is going to be absolutely needed because we need to prevent this Azfly from swinging at us. The problem is if we look at, that's not too bad. That's
a popper.
B should be able to. The popper won't matter.
It won't matter,
but the popper will be able to attack and pop, which is the super relevant thing.
That Uvia.
I don't know. I think the Uvia's damage is too far gone at this point. I think you just have to...
Oh, this was before the attack. I see. Okay.
Yep. So in order to attack, you have to pitch everything.
Oh, there's a
and
blue,
unfortunately, caught the blue just in time. So
Coming in with a 1 arcane, 2 attack, but not with the Snatch in arsenal.
here's the problem now is that B will have to go without an arsenal and only be able to keep 1 channel egg around, and I don't know that we're going to be able to do anything from B's side after this. Luckily, we were able to AB
He
that
takes
1.
it though and goes to 1, I presume. Yes.
Yes, and AB'd the 1 arcane with. So this is quite the predicament.
I mean, I did hear that B's last game, there was, 12 Ash Wings going against B, and B was still able to come back and kill from one.
The nice thing about the Ash Wings is that almost every burn spell that's a blue in your deck kills them. So they become a liability in the sense that you know that you have a shot at them whenever they're declared as attacks. Now looking over at Noah's hand, Noah has a ton of actual just raw attacks. And if we see a blue over here, which I can't tell,
I don't believe there's a blue, as it's only Passing Mirage, Embermoth, Centipi, and Warmongers.
one of those cards is not Embermaw. I don't
Embermaw
believe.
was just pitched last turn.
Was it?
Yes.
Okay, that was the blue pitch for last turn. So looks like we're gonna have a light resource turn, which is no, actually that is. I'm excited to see what it is. A Rake the Embers.
For the Snatch.
So just like we talked about last time,
Do you have to pay 1 for the boots?
you have to
Okay.
pay 1 for anything you activate through this Channel Lake Frigid. So the problem being is that Snatch alone represents so much damage, and we're not going to be able to get the Channel Lake to stick around through a Snatch. We might be able to. Unfortunately, the card you're going to have to block with is the Frosting, and the Frosting is so good against these Ashwings. We might not be able to stop this. Looks like B is deciding. I think we have to keep the Popper around because our turn has to consist of. We might see this Tunic go in front. I think we're going to have to see this Tunic go in front. And I think Noah's going to correctly recognize that even pitching to activate the snaps and then just attacking with Azalai means that the game is over. There is no way for B to come back from this point. Yeah, this game is not looking too hot.
Makes 3.
Well,
pays the
we'll
1.
see. There is one out here, and the one
a
outer is
card in-
your opponent decides to attack with Asvalai first.
Right.
If Asvalai comes in, we have the 1 to AB, and then B gets a free pop on the Asvalai and gets it clean off the board. The rebuild effort begins from there, which is not easy, smooth sailing, but we will see what it looks like. And it's starting to look like... I don't know that Noah has an option for what else to do, but being able to pop here is a pretty big game. Do we remember, was it a Polar Blast in the...
I don't remember what was there.
B's out to this as having a card that recycles and draws another card in the arsenal, and if that is the case, B could potentially keep this Channel Lake Frigid, which is going to be the part you need to do. Problem is we just saw Thamai make a party entrance to the hand.
Just takes the 3. That was straight to the face. Takes the 3, does just their 4. And the CLF is done.
This is gonna be, well, if Noah gets greedy here and dumps this Thamai on the board, there's a chance that a Frostbite
There's a Tomotai.
A Tomotai, that's
Okay.
the one I meant.
When we see a Tom and Tomotai, I'm gonna respond to this. Knows there's.
There's the card I
okay.
assumed was gonna be there, the other channel. So this channel, unfortunately, is only going to buy 1 turn. There is not going to be a ton you can do from this point. Those other 3 cards are attack, ice card.
Right.
So while this is good and
Just
taxes
gonna pitch the
off,
Tomotai. Doesn't need to keep it in hand.
that's good because that would have been a very risky play. However,
I don't think you can even play Tomotai this turn. Having to be able to activate Flame Scale costs 2, and then get if you pitch to do it, it just...
It's very, very minorly doable. The problem being is that, yes, so this
Pays
was my
3 for
thought.
it.
You pay
Gets
the
3
3,
back.
get that 3 resource back, eat the frostbite.
Grab and a Scrabble.
Rabble is coming to the friend zone, which means
You don't want to see it. You have a popper in hand, I believe, and you really don't want to see this Rabble coming first. It's 2 cards that you have to
I
use.
think it's auto game over, though, if we get this. Yep.
Oh, because B's at 2.
Yep,
One.
it's going to be auto game over, I think, from here, because even a pitch and attack with an Ashwing and a pop isn't. Oh, is that second card actually a
It's
Scar
a
for
Scar
Scar?
for Scar, yes.
So it's not a popper, which is.
No, it's the
It's the 4 for 2, which is relevant because the other card.
it's a Raging Onslaught. The other one. It's a Scar for Scar and a Raging Onslaught.
Yes, but Scar for Scar doesn't pop or block for 3, so this attack for 4 is not going
yes.
to be enough to stop it. So, unfortunately, B is in a world of pain, and there's not much B is going to be able to do here. Being off the ability to prevent your opponent from attacking you, full grip, staring down
And
7 damage.
No card in Arsenal to attack those. You just have to hope that you drew a popper.
And I don't
And we see an Enlightened Strike.
a popper. And Noah is seeing that the blood is in the water. It's just going to keep pushing stuff through. These attacks that are the only out B has is being able to pop an attack. And if you can't pop one of these attacks, the game is going to be in the bag. I don't think I see a popper over there. The other unfortunate part could have been a blue card in one of the 1 or 2 damage attacks if it was just a dragon.
Playing the Yonder Eye. And then
Do we
swing?
have a popper? We have a no popper. That's another problem with Emeritus Scolding, is Emeritus Scolding can only target players. You cannot shoot any of the creatures off the board here. They're both done.
They're done.
So yeah, well, both feature matches are done. It looks like we're going to be getting ready to go into the finals here. Icelander falls again to the nemesis of Dromai, and it looks like
It's 2 Dromais in the finals.
another Dromai makes it to the finals, and we're going to be watching this ridiculous chess match of Dromai v. Dromai.
Yeah, and they're playing pretty much the same exact deck list. The only difference is, I believe, there's an additional sigil. There's 1 sigil on Sean's side and 0 sigils on Noah's.
And we know that these guys drove down together, so we know they're on the same list. We know that they are very familiar with each other's lists and play style.
These are the Dromais.
So this is going to be a very intense matchup when it comes down to it, because both of these guys take their game very seriously. So I assume we're going to see the game. They are coming down from Canada, so they might just split, scoop, and drive home, while the Bills traffic is going in the opposite direction. So we'll see what they do. We're going to send you over to the commercials, and then when we come back, I believe Mike and Isabelle will be with you. And we'll see exactly what they're having. All right. Actually, scratch that. It looks like just like we thought. They are going to just pack it up and head back up into Canada. So that's going to do it for today, because there's not going to be a finals.
You said Noah's the winner, and then Sean is gonna get our invite to the Realm
Rumble.
Games.
The Realm Rumble
Yeah.
in December. I'd like to thank everybody personally for tuning into the match. Everybody who came out this weekend and supported the store, supported the stream, and supported the event. I love running these events for you guys. I think I feel like there's been a small challenge issued now, because the winner of Lake Frigid this time around was completely Canada. So like Canada just kind of owns Lake Frigid right now. So I think we need to make. I think we need to make a call to all the American players who are in the area because Canadians came down and swept the finals all weekend. So it's kind of a call to arms to come in and defend your lake. Looks like in the tug of war they won the lake this time. So if you've got no plans for the next one, you should come on out and try and defend the country because it's really quickly turning into a US v Canada. Both top eights were actually split right down the middle, 4-4 for Canadians and Americans.
How many of the top 8 Dromais were Canadian?
Not all of them.
Noah, Derek, and Sean.
Yes, all three Dromais were in fact Canadian.
So the Canadians only play Dromai.
Michael. Oh yeah,
Nia did win.
No, Michael Jasker was on Lexi as well. So yeah, it was quite an interesting weekend. Lot going on, a lot happened. We did lots of fun things. We had some UPF, played a bunch of UPF last night with all the crew and everybody hanging out. That's gonna pretty much do it for us. We'll have the VODs up and handing out all the stuff. I'd like to also personally thank Carlos in the booth for helping run all the tech stuff today and yesterday. Isabelle for commentary, and Mike Strianese, awesome job commentary and partial floor judge.
Oh my Lord.
Our head judge Matthew Cudney was out there doing his thing and running the floor. Awesome job. And Lee for being the shop mom and running the front counter and making sure everything went smoothly.
And feeding me.
And feeding Carlos, because if Carlos doesn't eat, Carlos may have nibbled an arm off or something, and God knows we need those. All right, guys, signing off today. Go Bills.
Go Bills.
And we'll see you on the next one.
Shout out
Thanks again, guys.